Free seating, move closer. I think it's better if you move closer. I don't bite, and I swear I won't throw anything at you. Yeah. All right, please settle down. It's about time we want to start this wonderful event. Kindly put your phones on silent. You don't have to switch them off. The people outside, kindly take your seats, come inside. The ones at the back. Yeah, move closer. That's good. All right, thank you. Let me give you like 2 minutes to put your phones on silent. Honorable Salim Varia, Cabinet Secretary for Mining and Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, Madam Shalina Vicheva, Directorate General Maritime Affairs, Fisheries of the European Union, Madam Harriet Gega, Ambassador of the EU to Kenya, Honorable Fatuma Achani, Governor of Kwale County, Honorable Isa Timami, Governor of Lamu County, esteemed dignitaries, community representatives, ministry officers, and county administration, representatives of financial institutions, invited private entrepreneurs from all over Africa, online participants from the world, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the second edition of the Blue Invest Africa, held here in this beautiful county of Kwale. My name is James Ambani, an entrepreneur in the fisheries industry from Turkana County. I stand before you as a proud beneficiary of the investment of this initiative, having represented Kenya in Seychelles. As a small and medium SME owner in Kenya, the Blue Invest platform provided me with an invaluable opportunity to showcase my innovation in the blue economy. It has transformed the idea that had limited visibility into one of boundless potential within this lucrative industry. Through engagement with investors, professional advisors, fellow SMEs, collaborators, and unwavering support from our government, we've seen our concepts progress from the drawing board to implementation. This platform has been instrumental in connecting entrepreneurs with financial institutions and investors across Africa, thereby fostering intra-continental business growth. The potential within the blue economy is vast and largely untapped. The ideas we'll hear today and tomorrow will underscore the immense power of unity and collaboration. The second edition of the Blue Invest Africa continues with the tradition of spotlighting brilliant ideas from young women and men who are eager to drive change, create jobs, provide sustainable solutions to our most pressing challenges. We are deeply grateful for the support from the government of Kenya and the European Union, whose contributions have been crucial in making this event a reality. To the pitchers, I encourage you to present your ideas with confidence and passion. To the investors, prepare your contracting teams for a busy week of signing new deals. And to our wonderful audience, listen attentively to the genius ideas presented and participate actively by voting on Slido. Thank you all for being here and welcome to the second edition of Blue Invest Africa. Let us embark on this journey of innovation, collaboration, and growth together. Thank you. So, I'll be your MC for the day. I'll be with you throughout, and I'm not alone. I have my co-MC from Cameroon. Please welcome Flavien Kocha. Flavien, how are you feeling today?
I'm fine.
You good?
You're
right?
Very, very good, James.
Ça va bien?
Ça va très bien. Je suis ravi d'être parti de mon merveilleux pays pour arriver ici à Gianni. Et je vous invite tous à profiter de ces quelques jours ensemble.
All right, so that's French for you. I'm English for you. My last French sentence was ça va bien, but I know another one, très bien. Ça va bien, c'est très bien. Oui?
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you. All right, fine. So without much ado, I'd like us to proceed to our first session, and please continue.
Thank you very much for this speech, James. Bonjour et bienvenue à tout le monde. Chers invités, mesdames et messieurs, honorables assistance en vos grades et rangs respectifs, nous avons maintenant l'honneur et le plaisir d'accueillir ici un entrepreneur visionnaire dont l'action inspire de grandes choses dans le secteur de la conservation des aliments frais en Afrique. Puisqu'il s'agit de Kuza Frasers, c'est une entreprise qui a également été présente sur le podium durant la première édition de Blue Invest Africa. Cette entreprise œuvre en fait dans la conservation des aliments frais et lutte donc efficacement pour la sécurité alimentaire sur le continent africain. Cet entrepreneur révolutionnaire et visionnaire que vous allez écouter tout de suite va nous parler de son parcours, de comment il agit sur le terrain pour apporter de l'impact dans la technologie. Deux choses dont il est passionné et desquelles il arrive à établir une fusion parfaite. Je vous prie d'accueillir chaleureusement Denis Okangi, qui joue à domicile. Je vous remercie.
Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is such a great honor to speak in front of you today. And today, my name is Dennis Onkangi. I am the CEO and co-founder of Kuza Freezer.
I don't.
So Kuza Freezer is a blue tech startup based in Mombasa, which deals in the manufacture of solar-powered cold storage solutions, supporting small-scale businesses in the fish value chain, in not only curbing post-harvest fish losses, but also sustainably improving their income. So this is the challenge you're solving. Meet Fatuma, who is a small-scale fisher here in the coast region. So you find that her daily turnover is approximately 50 USD. But Fatuma is having huge challenges. First, huge post-harvest fish losses, which goes as high as 45%, and which results to low income. And her being in an off-grid community, they end up making huge post-harvest fish losses due to lack of access to affordable cold storage solutions. The only way is to leverage on ice or depend on ice, which pushes them to spend at least $3 on a daily basis to preserve their catch. So what is this impact to the fisher folks? There is financial losses. There is also reduced income because 45% of the harvest already goes to waste. And there's also food insecurity, especially to the communities who are not able to access these goods or food. So our solution is very simple. We manufacture solar-powered cold storage solutions, and we have been doing this since 2022. And we've been offering these solutions on a pay-as-you-go payment model, which is sustainable, especially to the low-income fisher folks. We also introduced the last-mile distribution solution, which we call the Cold Box, which is a solar-powered cold storage solution embedded on a motorbike to facilitate last-mile distribution of fresh fish to the market. We discovered that from the interaction with the customers, most of them stay off-grid in remote places, and those who are doing fish farming or fish production, they also don't have access to better markets. So they end up selling their catch within the communities at low market price. Something else, through customer discovery, we realized that lack of access to better market was also denying the fisher folks better revenues. So we also introduced what we call Kuza Express, which is an online marketplace supporting the fisher folks in connecting them to better markets, which are restaurants, hotels, and even households who are really looking for fresh fish. So through the Soko Express platform, our last-mile solutions are able to do door-to-door deliveries, keeping the contents in good quality, at the same time ensuring timely delivery. So this is our success story. So for me, our company, Kuza Freezer, was privileged to be among the top 24 startups that were selected to pitch in the inaugural launch of Blue Invest in Seychelles. And the opportunity to do the pitch was quite a pivotal moment for us, because we not only had an opportunity to connect with other entrepreneurs, but we also had a chance to pitch in front of investors who provided invaluable feedback that has greatly shaped our business to date. I would like you to have a short video on what exactly we do. So this is some of the communities we're working with in Cliff. Sure. So during our presentation or our pitch in Seychelles, we were not able to attract investment at that stage, but after a period of time, we were able, through the credibility which we go through the award we won in Seychelles, we were able to have communication with a lot of investors who supported us in accessing seed capital of up to 20 million Kenya shillings in total in seed funding. So this investment has really enabled us to scale up production, reach over 1,200 people who are currently benefiting from our cold storage solutions here in Kenya. And I would really like to thank the organizers, the supporters of Blue Invest for their continued commitment in supporting entrepreneurship across the continent. And I really believe that it will go a long way in supporting startups, in scaling startups, especially those in the blue economy sector in Africa. Thank you so much, and join us in making the difference.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dennis, for giving us that inspiring story. All right, so before we proceed, we realize that there are two languages being spoken, and if you need a headset for translation, kindly just raise up your hand. We'll have somebody distributing the headsets. We have channel 1 for English and channel 2 for French.
Thank you, James. So, c'est 1 pour l'anglais, 2 pour le français. Si jamais vous avez besoin d'un équipement pour pouvoir vous permettre de suivre les interventions dans n'importe laquelle des deux langues, levez juste la main et une équipe se chargera de vous en procurer. Blue Invest Africa, c'est de l'innovation, c'est de la collaboration, donc la communication est au centre de ce que nous faisons aujourd'hui. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. As we organize for that, I'd like to call our jury for our first pitching session. Can we have the headsets? For the jury as well. Okay. So our jury, you ready? Please come up stage. Jonas Tesfu. Pangea Accelerator. Welcome. Cosmas Mushina, Africa Enterprise Challenge Fund. And Fatia Nurdin, Absa Bank, Kenya Limited. Thank you. Welcome. All right, remember, channel 1 for English, channel 2 for French. Thank you. Are we ready? Yes, we still need some headsets. Kindly, ushers. Kindly let's have some for the pitchers as well. We need headsets for the pitchers. We ready? Thank you. Thank you very much. We want to welcome our first pitcher on stage. We are very excited about this. You ready? You ready? Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. So, our first pitcher today, from Tanzania, Healthy Seaweed Company, please welcome Fatuma Mangena.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Has any one of you ever experienced fear and uncertainty of being admitted to the ICU? It's a frightening experience that can change your life in an instant. My name is Fatima Mangena. I'm the co-founder and CTO at Health Suite Cafe. 11 years ago, I found myself battling for a non-communicable disease that severely affected my nerve system. This illness forced me to drop out of school and left me to search for a way to regain my health. My journey to recovery led me to an unexpected urgent treasure, seaweed. Today, about 41 million people die due to non-communicable disease, and this accounts for 74% of all deaths globally. With Africa, it's about 40% linked to poor diet choices. I saw an opportunity not only to change my life, but many other lives in the world. At Healthy Seaweed Cafe, we process and produce diverse of nutrition and mouth-watering seaweed-based food products. They are sold locally and internationally. Our products provide about 90% of the daily mineral and they act as immune booster. We have a strong business model with 3 revenue streams: direct-to-consumer, local B2B, export, and wholesalers. And up to now, we have gained about 2,000 returning customers. The total market size of seaweed in Tanzania, South Africa, and USA is about 5 billion USD. Our serviceable addressable market is 50 million USD, and our goal is to capture about 3 million of this market. Our business not only operates economically, but also socially and environmentally. Up to now, we have worked with 200 seaweed farmers by purchasing seaweed into a higher price compared to the normal market price. And we have an estimate of 106 tons of carbon being sequestrated through seaweed farming. We are happy we have generated sales of 30,000 USD up to now, and for this year, we are projecting 100,000 USD grants. For the year 2, we are expecting to reach about 5,000 USD sales. And year 3, we are expecting to reach about 1 million USD through market expansion and innovation. We are having more than 12 products which are healthy and beneficial. And we are very unique because we have 12 products, we have a strong impact and environmental impact agenda, and also we are youth-led business. We are currently seeking for 450,000 USD. And up to now, we have acquired about 100,000 USD. With this, we'll be able to scale up on our operation, enhance our production facility, and also expand our market reach. You are welcome to test our product. They're very delicious and mouth-watering. Join us today to the mission to combat non-communicable disease, support seaweed farming for the healthier us and the healthier world. Thank you.
N'est-ce pas fabuleux? Je vous prie d'applaudir encore une fois pour cette merveilleuse intervention. Chers participants, au même moment que nous avons les distingués membres du jury qui évaluent les interventions des entrepreneurs, nous vous invitons à ne pas oublier qu'à travers l'application Slido, il vous est également possible de donner votre avis. À la fin de chaque catégorie d'intervention, vous avez jusqu'à 10 minutes pour choisir lequel ou laquelle des entrepreneurs mérite davantage d'encouragement. Donc nous vous invitons à scanner soit les QR codes qui sont à l'arrière de votre badge, que vous pouvez regarder pour télécharger l'application, ou sur l'écran qui s'affiche juste en face de vous. Donc n'hésitez pas à y aller. À chaque fois que les entrepreneurs passent, pensez-y. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't she lovely? That's what you're talking about. We are proud of Africa. Thank you. All right, remember to vote on Slido. It's open 10 minutes. After the last pitch, we have one pitching session with about four to five pitchers every time. We have 10 minutes to vote, all right? So just check at the back of your badges. There's a QR code. You can scan the code, and you can be able to vote. Those online, we have a number, 240-8879. Just use the code and vote online for the pitchers. Thank you so much. Over to you, jury. Mike?
Thank you so much. Lovely presentation. Amazing company. Could you describe the competitive landscape a bit?
I'll start with Tanzania. The market is growing at the moment, and we have a lot of competitors. And the major competitors are East African steamers and also the WFT. But for us, what makes us different is that we have a lot of products that are only based with seaweed, but for the other competitors, they mix their seaweed with another types of products. And also the market of seaweed is now growing to 9.3, but due to the increase of health-conscious people and also in, the trend in the industry that people are expecting to involve themselves in the nutrition food. Yes, so the market is growing, and for us, we are processing a lot in terms of food and industry. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Cosmos?
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I want to speak to about the team behind your company, as well as in terms of job opportunities, how you're able to reach out to more women and young people.
Yes, our team, we have 4 team members and also other employees which we have employed. Myself, I'm certified as a food processor, but we have another person who is in sales, and we have 2 marine scientists who we have with more than 7 years of experience. And also in terms of the farmers that we are working with, we have been able to reach them because in Tanzania, 8% are women. And we have been able to involve them through our impact by helping them to know the value of the seaweed, why they should farm this and why they should put it in the market. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Fatuma, for your presentation.
Thank you.
And it's happy to see a lady being the first picture.
Technical, thank you.
So my question is on the numbers that you indicated of 9.3 as the market for seaweed in Tanzania, you said.
It's globally.
Globally.
Yes.
Out of the competitors that you mentioned earlier who you're competing with in that space in Tanzania, what is your market share of the seaweed business? What is your market share in Tanzania?
For this, I can say we are the first company in Tanzania that we have a facility that I can say for our market share is about 40%, because we have a facility where we start from the farmers to the facility doing all the processing and then do it the sale. But for them, they just purchase the product from either the farmers and then they do to the selling. Yes, so I can say it's 40%.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Okay, one more question from me, Fatima. You're doing a great job, by the way. You mentioned that currently you have 30,000 USD in sales, and your ambition is to reach 1 million, and you have 12 products today.
Yes.
Will you reach the 1 million revenue by continuing the same 12 products, or are you looking at product extension and expanding your product portfolio?
Thank you for the question. So for now, we are planning to distribute more internationally. So we want to improve our product so that it can tackle the local market and the international market, sorry. So at the moment, for the year 3, we are aiming to reach 1 million. But for now, from January up to now, we have reached 30,000 USD, and our goal is to reach the 100 that I mentioned. For this, we have started entering the UK market and the USA market. So with this, we are trying to make the product that can be able to cater the international markets. Because the product that you have seen there are for the local markets. But we want to make the product that if I send it into maybe UK and South Africa, it will be able to tackle their preferences. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One more question from me, Fatma.
Yes.
In terms of access to market and global markets, have you invested already on an e-commerce or an e-platform to enable customers to access the products from the globe?
For now, we are refining our website so that it can have an e-commerce. People will be easier to purchase for. But for at the moment, the customers we have, the international one, they reach us through our Instagram page and our WhatsApp business. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So in line with his question is, I wanted to check what is your distribution model from the farmers, the raw materials from the farmers to when the final product reaches the shelf. And a second question to that is, are your products in the shelves of the outlets, the supermarkets and other consumer outlets in Tanzania, then if you're also exporting to the US, then how is that distribution channel from the farmer to processing to the end user of your products, both locally and export?
Yes, so when we receive the seaweed, we transport it because we take it from Kilwa and Zanzibar. Then after that, we process it, and after processing it, we distribute online. For those customers who want to do the delivery, we have a distribution of delivery. And also we have 5 mini supermarket and organic shops where we put our product for the people to receive them. So for those who are nearby, they can just go to the outlets, and for those who need for us to deliver to them directly, we send to them directly through our delivery charges and service. Yes, and for the international, we have one distributor in UK who is receiving our products, and then he distributes to other countries of the nearby North America. Yes, thank you.
Sorry, one more.
Yes.
So for your outlets, the local outlets and the exports, do you have contracts with who you deal with for your end products? Do you have contracts with them, or just it's a retailing business?
We do have the only contract for the farmers, but for the distributor, we do not have. Yes.
Thank you, Fatima, for this brilliant. Isn't it refreshing to hear a brilliant entrepreneur defending her project? Thank you once again, Fatima. Nous partons tout de suite de l'Est vers l'Ouest de l'Afrique, mais la jante féminine garde le lead. Vous l'avez probablement imaginé, j'introduis ici une dame qui vient du pays des champions d'Afrique. Elle se fait désirer. Je vous invite, Madame Kanaté, à prendre la place sur le podium pour émerveiller nos invités. Je vous prie d'applaudir.
Bonjour, messieurs, dames. Je m'appelle Kanaté Mariam Larissa, fondatrice et directrice du restaurant Miami Beach et de la ferme piscicole Queen Fish en Côte d'Ivoire, plus précisément à Abidjan. En 2021, ma passion pour les poissons d'aquarium m'a emmenée à l'élevage du tilapia. Étant propriétaire d'un restaurant, j'ai décidé d'élever les tilapias pour pouvoir garantir un approvisionnement sain de poissons frais de qualité à mes clients. Mon équipe compte 15 personnes, dont 9 femmes, incluant moi, nous faisons 10 femmes. Cette initiative incarne mon concept de la ferme à la table. Face au défi de la surpêche et de la demande croissante de tilapia en Côte d'Ivoire, Queen Fish vise à réduire le taux d'importation de tilapia en Côte d'Ivoire et aussi d'augmenter la production nationale. Queen Fish est une réponse concrète au défi de la pisciculture en Côte d'Ivoire. Queen Fish est une ferme innovante et respectueuse de l'environnement. Nos valeurs reposent sur 5 piliers qui sont une aquaculture contrôlée, des poissons sains, la traçabilité de nos produits et aussi notre réduction de l'empreinte carbone. Parce que Queen Fish et Miami Beach font donc pas d'émissions de CO2. Nous recherchons un financement de 200 000 €. Oui, 200 000 €, ça fait beaucoup. OK. On va détailler les 200 000 € tout à l'heure. Mais ces 200 000 € nous permettront de passer de 8 tonnes de poissons de production actuelle à 100 tonnes de poissons par an. Et aussi, ça nous permettra d'améliorer notre système d'exploitation et aussi avoir du boulot pour les femmes et aussi de faire des formations aux femmes. Pourquoi? Je compte employer 85% de femmes. 85% parce que dans le monde aquacole, les femmes sont invisibles, ignorées et ne sont pas reconnues. Et j'ai le défi et la mission de changer cela dans le monde aquacole. Les 200 000 euros se décomposent comme suit. 127 000 euros iront à la construction d'une écloserie qui nous permettra d'avoir des alevins de qualité, l'achat d'un système de filtration avancé pour pouvoir améliorer notre production, et aussi du matériel d'exploitation. Les autres 73 000 euros nous serviront pour l'achat de géniteurs de qualité, aliments de qualité et les frais du personnel. Dans les 2 prochaines années, nous comptons inclure aussi l'élevage des écrevisses dans notre projet Queenfish. Nous prévoyons une croissance entre 10 et 12% sur les 5 prochaines années avec un chiffre d'affaires de 292 000 euros. Rejoignez Queenfish dans sa mission audacieuse de révolutionner l'industrie aquacole en Côte d'Ivoire. Mais une petite anecdote, pourquoi Queenfish? Queenfish, qui veut dire reine en français. Et j'ai pour mission de devenir la reine du tilapia en Côte d'Ivoire. Merci.
All right, merci beaucoup.
Oh.
I don't speak French, so
Okay.
that's basically the word I knew. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And congratulations on the journey so far. Great job.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to understand, as of now, what kind, because when you grow tilapia, the biggest cost is feeds.
Yes, exactly.
Which is like 70 to 80%.
Yes.
How do you work when it comes to feeds towards your fish, and also how do you secure as part of the quantity? So you both have the quantity of like how many fish, but also like the weight of the fish. So I just wanted to understand a little bit more how you work on.
Okay, I grow my fish up to 600 grams to a kg because it's much more easier when you have a restaurant. It's easier to sell like bigger fish. Exactly. So the feed difference, the feed price, it doesn't affect me too much because I'm adding value to the fish when I'm cooking the fish and selling it back. So my challenges doesn't reflect like the other aquaculture challenges because I will say that we make more money by producing the fish and also cooking the fish and sell it back to the customer directly. So we're making more money by doing that than selling like the other fish farmers.
I get you, because you're also the market. Your English is excellent, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Larissa. So I want to understand, where do other women come in your journey?
Yes.
Because you are producing fish and also providing market. So where do the other women in the value chain or in the ecosystem, where are you going to support them in the journey of also becoming economically empowered?
Okay. When I will be able to produce more fish, that means I will have to sell the fish outside my restaurant. At that time, then I will ask like the other woman that sell the fish back on the market to come and work with me.
Thank you.
And also at the fish farm, I have only ladies that work with me at the fish farm. And in the kitchen, also at the restaurant, mostly the old women.
Thanks, Larissa, for your presentation.
Thank you.
My question is, and I guess I have two at this time. Are there any other entities or individuals in your country or your region that rear fish, one? And if there are, why should I buy fish from Queenfish and not the others? And two, what percentage of the fish that you rear do you utilize, consume it yourself as Queenfish, and what percentage do you sell to other off-takers?
Can you repeat the question so I can process it in French first?
The second one or the first one?
The first one, and then you will ask the second one.
Well, let me
We'll
just
do the
ask
first
the
one.
first
The
one
first one,
first.
I'll answer to that, and then you
Yeah.
ask the second one.
Okay. So
Thank
the
you.
first one was, in your country, Cote d'Ivoire, or in your region? I don't know the region, sorry, the state.
Abidjan. Yes.
How many other entities or individuals like queenfish, rare fish? And if there are, then why should I buy fish from queenfish and not the others?
Okay. In Abidjan, the competitors that we fear the most are the Chinese people. Those are the ones that I would say they're my competitors. Because first, the fish are frozen fish, and we don't have traceability on the fish. My fish, you have traceability on the fish and the fresh fish. So that's where I can play on the market. That's good?
Yeah.
Okay. For the other fish farmers, aquaculture is very new to Ivory Coast, so we don't have a lot of people that do aquaculture. So right now, the competitors are not enough to even fill the gap that we have in fish needs in Ivory Coast. The numbers are very high. In 2023, we imported more than 700 tons of fish, and we produce only 5% of that. So the market is very big.
Yeah.
She has a second question, I think.
Sorry. Got that one. Yes, those two. Sorry.
So the second question is, out of the fish you rear as queenfish, what percentage do you consume it on the value addition bit as queenfish, and what percentage do you sell to
At
other
this
people?
point, I will say 100%, because what I produce is not enough for the restaurant, so I'm not able to sell to other customers yet. Because what I'm producing is, I think I need more things to produce more fish. Because people are asking me for fish, but I said I can't because my restaurant supply is not enough to be able to sell to other people right now.
All right, thank you. I fully agree what you mentioned about fish from China and tilapia, because that is cheap, affordable, but it's not quality, right? And that's the
Yes.
biggest competitor. On your mission to becoming the
Queen of tilapia. Yes.
the queen of tilapia for Cote d'Ivoire, how do you plan to scale? Do you plan to also grow your restaurant as part of scaling, or are you looking at growing production and then now start selling to other markets, other restaurants?
Yes, that's the plan. That's the
Yeah.
plan. That's why we want to extend from 8 tons to 100 tons so we can sell outside the restaurant and not only to the restaurant.
And how will you do that?
First, right now we have only 9 fish tanks for the grow out. So by having a financing, we will be able to add more tanks. I'm about to add 20 tanks. That's first, and also build a nursery to be able to
Fingerlings.
for the fingerlings. By doing that, we can sell good quality fingerlings to other fish farmers too.
Okay, I get you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Merci Myriam Larissa pour cette belle intervention. Chers participants, nous ne saurions continuer sans remercier toutes les équipes qui ont travaillé à préparer et coacher les entrepreneurs pour ces exercices auxquels vous assistez aujourd'hui. Être entrepreneur, c'est naviguer dans un vaste panorama d'opportunités, mais également de challenges. C'est pourquoi il est important de respecter la discipline qui a été établie pour l'événement. Nous vous invitons donc à garder à l'esprit les 4 minutes de pitch et les 5 minutes de questions. Nous vous y aidons grâce à l'écran que vous avez en face de vous qui vous précise le temps qui vous reste.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And definitely, I know if you put me on the stage, I'll talk and talk and talk. All right, so we have time constraints, so kindly pictures, strictly 4 minutes. We have a timer here, stick to the time. The jury, I know you want to know more about this, me too. But please, we have 5 minutes, all right? We want to give everybody an equal opportunity, so kindly let's stick to the time. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Merci à tous d'accueillir maintenant a bright entrepreneur coming from the Republic of Kenya, His name is James Odede. Please join your hands to welcome him.
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is James Odede. I'm the co-founder and the CTO of C.G.H. C.G.H is an agtech company based in Kenya, started in the year 2020 with a goal of helping small and medium-sized fish farmers, specifically tilapia farmers, to increase their productivity, find new routes to market, and also to be profitable. We believe that the solution of Africa's deficit in fish protein lies in the smallholder farmers because it's scalable and it's able to be replicated in different areas. So in the case of Kenya today, the fish consumption per capita is 4.7 kilos. That's according to FAO, against the global standard of 20 kilos. This deficit in the country today is met by importation of tilapia from China and importation from other regions. Communities that depended largely on fish farming today are missing out on this market opportunity. While aquaculture is the fastest growing agricultural value chain in Africa, it still has a lot of challenges, and this impedes small and medium-sized farmers to participate. One of those challenges is lack of access to quality feeds. Farmers experience up to 15 months of production cycles just to produce a plate-sized fish against a global standard of 6 months. While there's opportunity for them to make money, a lot of them are running loss-making businesses. So how did we solve this? We built a mobile platform where we aggregate demand. We aggregate demand from fish farmers. We source for the best quality fish feeds globally, store it in our warehouses, and farmers can access these feeds at the touch of a button. From as small as 1 bag, they can pay in cash using M-Pesa. They can also pay on credit. That brings me to the second challenge that farmers experience. Fish farming, especially tilapia, is a process where you literally throw money in terms of feeds for a long period, and then you harvest. Smallholder farmers don't have the cash flow to be able to feed this fish until it matures. That's why we've introduced a financing model where farmers can buy our feeds on credit, and they pay when they harvest. The third challenge is the issue of market access. There can exist up to 4 middlemen from production to the market, making fish expensive and limiting the amount of income that farmers make in the process. As a result, we built retail outlets in major cities in Kenya called the Fish Deli, where all the fish that is produced from our farmers are sold through, and customers can buy fresh fish or value-added fish. When we sell value-added fish, we have more margin as a company, and we put more money in the hands of the farmers. To date, we've supported up to 5,000 farmers. We just closed our equity round of $2 million. This enabled us to build a team that is competent to establish and implement our business model. We have set up the infrastructure, a fish processing unit. We've set up the infrastructure for last mile distribution of feeds, where our feed is less than 2 kilometers from most farmers today. We're asking you to join us by supporting us in our debt financing of $1 million that will enable us to grow up to 30,000 farmers in the next 12 months and increase our revenue. Thank you.
All right, thank you, James. Exciting stuff, and congratulations on closing your $2 million round. That's very impressive.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask you the first model as part of the feeds, being like the biggest cost, and your new financing model. What kind of feeds do you offer as part of variation assortment, and what kind of how does your financial risk look like when you get paid up to 12 to 18 months after you kind of borrowed the money? How do you do to kind of lower the risk? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. We list feeds with the best FCR, which is the feed conversion ratio, which means it guarantees the farmers the best output. So we test the feeds once a producer is intending to list their feeds on our platform. based on the results, that's when we can list them on our platform. Well, today we are lending off our balance sheet, and definitely there's a risk for that. However, we are already in talk with 3 financial institutions who are willing to lend directly to our farmers. So we are currently integrating our payment with an option where it's embedded financing, where a farmer has an option to buy cash or pay via credit, and that credit will be taken by the bank. But what also makes our model proof is the farmers, we offtake the fish, and we are developing a market system where we'll be able to offtake the fish from our farmers. So once we can guarantee sale of the fish, we limit the risk of financing. Thank you.
Thank you, James. I want to speak to a challenge currently for aquaculture and cage fish farming in Kenya, and that is the loss of the production cycle. So how have you innovated to try and minimize that loss, either due to natural factors or due to foul play within the farms? Because that would speak to a lot of risk towards loss of your capital.
Are you talking about natural disasters like upwelling?
So either upwelling, rising lake levels, or just even foul play where the fishermen steal the fish from the cages.
Thank you for that question. While insecurity, loss due to insecurity has significantly reduced, there's almost close to minimum loss as far as theft. The reason for this, most beach management units have come together and established a communal security, so there's very minimal loss there. When it comes to natural disasters, the upwelling is a phenomenon that affects farmers who anchor their cages closer to the shore, which is less than 3 meters deep. And what we advise our farmers is to be able to anchor their cages at least where it's 8 meters deep, and in that case, there's very limited exposure. A lot of farmers are not able to anchor their cages much deeper because they don't have the right tools. So we're also linking them to the right kind of production material so that they're able to put their cages in the much deeper waters.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question.
Yeah.
In terms of your input feed financing that you're providing to the smallholder farmers,
Yeah.
what would you speak to in terms of the actual cost of financing? So the interest rate that is effective to them, how competitive is it considering the prevailing rates that we have in the market?
Currently the banks that we have onboarded are offering market rates. The financial model of farming, cage farming and pond farming allows the farmers to pay off the debt and still make a markup of at least 30% on gross income. Thank you.
So James, and thanks for your presentation. Mine is what I want to know more about your team, noting that you do some complex roles within your team, including the credit team that facilitates the credit facilities to your farmers. So tell us more about your team.
Yeah, so the team is led by a founder and CEO who has over 10 years experience in fish farming. I'm the co-founder and the CTO. My background is in computer science. I lead the technology development for our platforms. We hired after our equity raise a CFO and a credit officer, both of which have 20 years experience in this space. So we have the team that is competent enough to build a business model that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, James. I don't know why the name James is attracted to fish, or maybe the fish is attracted to the name. All right, but that's just us. Thank you so much. So to wind up this session of Blue Communities, we have Josephine Edward from Lady Marine Consultancy, Namibia. Welcome, Josephine.
Good Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Josephine Edward. As a young woman in a male-dominated maritime sector with a master's degree in marine science and 10 years working experience as a marine biologist, I thought to myself, what can I do with my knowledge and expertise to improve the lives of people in my community and the nation at large? I decided to establish the Lady Marine Consultancy Firm. This is a pro-profit venture based in Namibia that uses innovative and sustainable ocean solutions to address economic, societal, and environmental challenges. Our team consists of 5 dedicated members, whom are all women, including myself, an agricultural expert, an accountant, an administrator, as well as a technician. Now, growing up as the youngest of 2 girls, I witnessed my mother engage in subsistence farming to make ends meet, and she would use cow dung as fertilizer. Now, my mother's experience is not unique to her alone, as unfortunately, over a quarter of Namibian women farmers do not have access to affordable, organic, and effective fertilizer. As a result, they deal with pest, disease, soil degradation, and poor crop harvest. So we thought, what if we use the seaweed that is washed along our coastline and convert that waste product into a value-added product to address this issue, and also help our local municipalities address the seaweed waste management. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to introduce to you the Benguela seaweed fertilizer. This is an innovative product, the first of its kind on the Namibian market. It's highly effective as it's high in biostimulants. We infused it with 2 enzymes and 2 potent microbes that help increase the microbial properties of the soil. It's easy to use. You just add it in water, you stir, and you activate the tiny soldiers in the product to start doing their magic. It helps with pest, disease, and guarantees high crop production. So, if we have 1 million Namibian farmers, and a quarter of those are women, we aim to impact over 250,000 Namibian women. They will be able to feed approximately 40% of the Namibian population, and they will produce a target market size of 750,000 USD. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to emphasize that our company will also capacitate and train these women farmers, as unfortunately, there's only 1 agriculture expert per 1,000 Namibian farmers, and we need to change this narrative. So what is our ask? We are asking for 100,000 USD for 10% equity share in our company. This money will be used as following. 50% will be used for infrastructure, 30% will be used for operational cost, and 20% will be used for working capital. I'd like to highlight that so far, our company has generated 10,000 USD that was used in product testing and development. We aim to collaborate with the local government, local universities, NGOs, and private sector, and increase our visibility at agricultural events, expos, and on social media, of course, to gain broader acceptance. So please, let's stand together, join hands, and help empower the unsung heroes of the agricultural sector in Namibia and Africa at large through the Lady Marine Consultancy Firm. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good job. I'm a big fan of utilizing seaweed for fertilizers and, repurposing, etc. I just wanted to ask you, since you sold product for $10,000 so far, right, as part of the piloting and getting it up, what kind of product performance do you have as of today when it comes to fertilizers from seaweed and your products versus what you would call traditional fertilizers that is being used by the women farming community in Namibia?
So first of all, I'd like to emphasize that we actually didn't sell the product. We are in a journey of product testing and development. So far we've only developed the product. We still have not put it in the market yet. That is why we're at this event, to get the investors and the collaborators that can help us scale and market the product.
I get you, but as part of the product testing, have you gotten any indications on the performance?
Yes,
as the fertilizers?
We have, because we've collaborated with local universities. So the students are carrying out tests on the effectiveness of the fertilizer, and we also closely work with the Ministry of Agriculture in Namibia just to get that credibility on our product. Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. I want to just understand what your understanding of the market demand for the product is and where the gap is in the market.
The demand for our product is high. Like I said, we are the only seaweed fertilizer in Namibia. And I also need to highlight that our raw material and our production cost is very low. So this gives us high chance of success in terms of the profit and revenue and being able to break even within the first 2 years. So this gives us a competitive advantage because, number one, our prices are affordable in comparison to our competitors. And number two, we are targeting a market that is often neglected. Women farmers are marginalized and they are not empowered. So we are coming in to address that issue, not only in Namibia, but in any country that has seaweed waste problems and also want to empower their women in Africa.
So my question, Josephine, and well done on the presentation. The $100,000 that you're seeking, what would be the impact of the $100,000 to your sales turnover for your product?
Okay, so we are trying to produce at least 3,000 units per month, and this would generate a revenue of about 54,000 USD per year. So we're aiming to break even within a year or two. So, yeah, we are going to break even within a year or two, and I just want you to ask the question again because I think I forgot the last part.
So let me take you 2 steps back or 1 step.
Okay.
What is your current sales turnover or sales for your product? And if granted the 100,000, what would be the impact? What are you anticipating to achieve in sales after the injection of the $100,000?
So, like, once again, I need to clarify, we did not sell the product of yet. So we are looking for investors to help us with that. But if we are to start production, we are going to make about a 54,000 USD annually. And we are going to get that money back in a year or two. So we're going to break even in a year or two. I hope that answers your question.
All right. I have one question. Have you looked into some of those systems that combine both biogas production and fertilizers?
Biogas?
Yes. Seaweed is an amazing plant. You can get a lot of really good stuff out of it.
To be honest, I have not looked into that. But maybe that's a discussion that we can have after this presentation.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, pitchers. Thank you, jury. We're so excited. Isn't it cool, guys? Yeah, looking at our young people, the ladies representing. This is so good. And as you're voting on Slido, please make sure to vote. The voting is open 10 minutes after the last speech. This is the last speech for this session. And
Donc,
we have
10 minutes à partir de maintenant voter sur l'application Slido, sur le site internet, en scannant le QR code que vous avez en face de vous.
Yeah, and we have 4 pictures, so you realize that one picture did not attend, but people are still voting. It's okay to vote for Green Sticker. They did not vote, but please vote him 0. Vote him last. Nobody will ask you. If they ask you, ask me. Yeah, just because they didn't attend, because it actually messes up the app. So kindly vote for your best picture today. Thank you, the jury. Thank you so much.
Organiser cet événement nous a demandé une équipe irréprochable, des entrepreneurs passionnés, mais également des membres du jury qui acceptent de se prêter au jeu. Donc nous vous invitons ici à nous mettre ensemble pour remercier par de vibrants applaudissements ces membres du jury au terme de cette première catégorie de pitch. Vibrants applaudissements, s'il vous plaît.
All right, so we have an announcement for lunch. After this, we take a break for lunch. It's a lunch where you are encouraged to interact, learn about what everyone here is doing, and then also please collect the lunch voucher at the gate, at the door as you walk out.
Absolument, James. Vous pouvez donc regagner le restaurant tout de suite, mais avant d'y aller, il y a des tickets de restaurant qui sont disponibles juste à la sortie, et nous nous retrouvons ici à 14h précise. Merci à tous.
Right, and please, the lunch, take your time, but we have to be back seated by 2, all right? Kindly observe time, let's be back by 2. Enjoy your lunch, and please interact, mix, mingle, learn. Thank you.
1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check. Huh? Number 2, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Imewasha. Imewasha. Check, check. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2. 2. Mic check. 1, 2. 2. Mic check. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2. Mic check. Check, check. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2. Mic check.
Mambo. dama liggéey yàlla def ma yegg si fi taluma leen sama yoon lay topp People Mambo.
Hello. Welcome back. Welcome back to Blue Invest. Anybody outside? Too many empty seats.
Yeah.
Does it always happen like this after lunch or? Oh, okay. Oh, all right, all right. Okay, so just some housekeeping rules as usual. Have your phones on silent or switch them off so that we have no interruptions at all.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes sur le point de redémarrer. Après le merveilleux déjeuner que nous venons d'avoir, nous vous invitons à interpeller ceux qui sont à l'extérieur par les moyens à votre disposition. Mais en attendant, veuillez mettre vos téléphones sur silencieux ou les éteindre complètement afin que nous puissions profiter au maximum des interventions des entrepreneurs.
Okay, great. We want to proceed to the next session. I hope, when I see empty seats, I see votes. I see votes getting lost. So I really want these votes. So remember, Slido, right? Make sure, #240-8879, vote for your picture. It's only open for 10 minutes after each session, so kindly make sure you vote for your favorite picture.
Donc, avant d'appeler le prochain intervenant, nous vous rappelons que les votes continuent de rester actifs à chaque fois 10 minutes après la fin des catégories d'intervention. Sur l'application Slido ou sur le site internet, vous avez le QR code que vous pouvez scanner ou le numéro que vous pouvez rentrer sur l'application directement sur votre téléphone. Nous allons donc passer à la prochaine intervention, au prochain entrepreneur. Et j'aimerais demander, est-ce que la Tunisie est dans la salle? Est-ce que la Tunisie est dans la salle? Je ne vous sens pas. Est-ce que la Tunisie est dans la salle? Alors, écoutez, on va faire quelque chose de très simple. On essaie de se réveiller un peu. Aujourd'hui, on n'est pas ici pour un pays, on est ici pour l'Afrique. Donc, lorsque je demande est-ce que la Tunisie est dans la salle, je m'attends à voir tout le monde qui se réveille. Est-ce que la Tunisie est dans la salle? Alors, j'espère que le prochain entrepreneur va réussir à vous émerveiller encore plus. J'invite ici Mohamed Ben Ahmed.
Good afternoon. over and it's on computer and intelligence, and it gives you instantly number of fish that are present in your fish. That's how hatcheries of aquaculture to reduce your mortality rate, reduce your consumption of food and oxygen. It's a system that has been patented both in Tunisia as well as the PCT international patent. And last year, we also received an award from the European Commission and the Food and Agriculture Organization for developing the system in the Mediterranean market. Competition-wise, we have a competitor, a big competitor. It's a Canadian startup that operates in shrimp and salmon farming and does something that is quite similar, but it's rather in the qualitative aspects rather than the quantitative. So they give qualitative attributes about the health status of the fish larva. And even at one point, we were about to collaborate with their main VC that invested more than $10 million in them to co-create a product that can gather both the qualitative and quantitative aspects so that we can tackle the Mediterranean, MENA, African, and as well as the European markets. And speaking about funding, we're present here in lovely Diani, Kenya. We are about to open our seed round in the next few months. It's a $1.5 million round. Multiple investors that are interested, but they're not in the blue initiatives or in the blue economy investors. So we would like to get more investors with us in our next round. This round will allow us to expand our activity towards the African market, towards the MENA region market, and strengthen our position into the Mediterranean market. AquaDeep in general develops multiple other solutions in the aqua field, especially for hatcheries and aquacultures, mainly also around computer vision and artificial intelligence relied to counting and helping hatcheries improve their production rates from day to day. We intervene at the larval stage, which is the first stage, but as well as the juvenile stage and the full product. So we develop counters at each and every single step. I think I explained everything. I hope everything has been clear. We can discuss later on the details if there is any questions, also from the jury. Thank you very much, and I hope this has been a great session for you guys. And join AquaDeep for a sustainable and resilient aquaculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, so I think, and you know that one sector that is very critical, especially on the tech side. So congratulations really for this. So just two questions. I didn't hear much about the terms of traction, like the sales you made. So that's one bit. And then number two is when you're looking at impacts, what kind of KPIs are important for you and the company?
Perfect. So in terms of traction, we are currently into the Tunisian national market. We work with most of the hatcheries, so we only have about 4 to 5 hatcheries in Tunisia. Some of them are operationals, others are either shutting down or reopening. So we have most of our local market, and we're seeking to expand. It was more of a test market for us, and we're seeking to expand towards the MENA region, African region, to get new species, because our system, they require databases, and we develop our system based on those. We do our own data, we gather our own data, and we create our own models. And expanding into the African market will not only allow us to get new clients, but also strengthen our database and get new species into our counting systems. And in terms of KPIs into we look a lot at sustainability, because our activity, yes, it's commercial, yes, it's here to help hatcheries improve their production and get more survival rates, reduce their consumption of food, oxygen, which can equate to more than 60% of the cost of development of the fish. But we also look at sustainability in a very big way, because if we can manage to make hatcheries more profitable and spend less money on food, less money on oxygen, and let's keep in mind that the water that is used by these hatcheries will later on be ejected back to the oceans, back to the sea, and can be very pollutant for the sea. And that's also a big indicator for us, because if we can manage to give them exactly how much they have per fish tank, we will allow them to be more friendly towards the ecosystem. Thank you.
Lovely. I liked that you said you're collaborating with an organization that's handling the qualitative while you're handling the quantitative. I think that's really good for the industry. I had two questions. First being, have you done the analysis on the numbers? What is the cost reduction, or how much less money are the fisheries spending on food, and how much are they saving with less mortality rates? And my second question would be, I don't think you've touched on your team and the specialists and how everybody is tying into the organization.
Perfect. So going back to your first question, in terms of figures, usually for the species that we deal with, sea bass and sea bream, the cost of food is about 60 to 66%. So we can have a big reduction because with our pilot test that we have done with the biggest hatchery in the southern Mediterranean Bay, we were able within one cycle to augment the survival rate within the larval with up to 7%. Yeah, so that's used in our system. We took 2 separate tanks with the same quantity of eggs multiple times from the same pair of parents, and we were able to augment it from 20 to 27%. And the second question was about the team. So the founding team is composed of myself and two of my great friends from childhood. I'm a software engineer specialized in computer vision. My second founder, Yusuf, is a CFO. He's done multiple years and careers in the Big Four. Third co-founder is in sales and operations, but we have an R&D partnership with the biggest hatchery in Tunisia, which allows us to develop our systems within real conditions and real use of our systems. We also benefit from a team of up to 15 people that are specialized in hatcheries and aquaculture. So we're very well backed from that point. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I have 2 questions. So first question is with regards to monetization. How do you monetize the value that you're providing? Second question is more technical. I assume various fisheries use different methodologies, different resources to effectively grow the fish and so on. So how is your technology able to apply to different methodologies, different resources that are used?
Okay.
Thank you.
So going back to your first question, it was about monetization. So the larva counter, it's dependent, of course, on the quantity that the client wants to pursue. It's going to be a fixed cost about the hardware that is going to be sold to the client. It's sold at 6K euros, plus an annual subscription fee, 6,000 euros, plus an annual subscription fee for the in-cloud services. Of course, with most of our clients that purchase more than one counter, it's much less than that. And the second question was... for the different resources, so it was about the data sets?
So how will you still be able to optimize for different methodologies that are used?
Okay. So that's a very interesting question because also last week we were in FIAD in Casablanca, and it was the first point of contact that we had with hatcheries that aren't growing sea bass, aren't growing sea bream, which is what we usually see in the Mediterranean. And what we've noticed is that the system, the way that we try to develop it without actually knowing how other hatcheries are growing, is that you can use it whenever. Either you're growing 6,000 larvas, 10,000, 1 million, 2 million per tank. The sampling method that we use will allow you to apply the technology, and because the system doesn't only take pictures about the fish larvae that are present and give you calculations on how much are present within your fish tank, it asks initial sets of questions that will allow us to really calibrate the technology for it to work within your counting or your way of raising the fish. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks so much for the presentation. Mine is on what is the cost to the consumer, the eventual cost to the consumer, and what is your approach to scalability?
Okay. So cost to the consumer, it's a 6,000 euro product, so 6,000 euros product. Yes, per counter. It's a counter that can be used for all the hatchery. So it's a counter that, and it can make a return on investment within 2 cycles of use, because for sea bass and sea bream larvas, for example, you can augment it by 7-8%, and it keeps on growing the more you use it. So it's a technology that relies on deep learning, so it grows. And the second question was scalability. Scalability, we are working on integrating other parameters to the counter, so we tackle the qualitative aspects. So we want to detect early diseases that form within the fish tanks, within the larvas. For example, there is a big issue in hatcheries in the Mediterranean where there is a bulle d'air that forms within the respiratory system. And if 30 or 40% of the population has that malformation, usually it got discarded. So we try to detect that early on so that we avoid for the hatcheries and aquaculture to spend a lot of money on a population that's going to be later on discarded.
What is accuracy level of your accuracy level of your technology? Is it like 100%?
So with the machine learning model, it's more than 99%, but since it requires a manipulation where to put the larvas, we set it at 95%. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mohammed. And we really appreciate all the interaction between the pitchers and the judges. Remember, we are time constrained. Kindly stick to 4 minutes for the pitchers. Judges, kindly keep it to 5 minutes. Thank you so, so much. So moving on to the next pitcher, ladies and gentlemen, we now invite Marwan Mokdad from Polychair, Tunisia. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Marwan Mokdad, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Tunisia Bait. We are marine worms producer, and our product is branded under the name of Polyketa. So did you know that the marine worms contribute in the reduction of the pollution in the ocean? Also, they present a big opportunity for business. In fact, the overfishing of marine worms in the wild, they lead to the extinction of these species in the wild. And more than 50% of the natural stocks of marine worms has decreased, and the marine pollution has increased. Also, the business of marine worms is struggling. Me, as marine worm exporter since 2014, I'm struggling to find marine worms to export them and satisfy the demand of my client. More than 50% of the demand that I get is not satisfied, and my business is going to die. So based on my passion for fishing, and my engineering background, me and my co-founder, we found a solution to farm these marine worms in artificial conditions. And now we are able to produce them in our farm. And we are producing super marine worms based on circular technology. And these marine worms are used as a bait for fishing and also as a boost fed for shrimp farming. So it takes for us 7 years of R&D to set up this process. We have 3 patents. We take marine worms, we just push them to sexual maturity. After they reproduce, we get the eggs. The eggs will hatch, we get the larvae, and we start feeding them the organic waste collected from aquaculture facilities. And after 5 months, we get our adult worms. So we are talking about $7 billion global marine worm market, and our addressable market is the Mediterranean bait market and the Asian aquafed market. And our obtainable market is about $150 million. So we are making impact with our farm. We are reducing the organic waste discharged by aquaculture facilities by recycling them and feeding our marine worms. And also we are reducing the pressure on the natural stocks of marine worms. So we are selling our marine worms for $50 per kilogram. The cost of production is about $20 per kilogram. We have more than 7 clients in the Mediterranean Sea. We have more than 300,000 euro of cumulative turnover since I started this business. Also, we have 3 letters of intent of purchase from the aquafed supplier in Asia for 3.6 million value a year. And also now we have a pilot farm which produces about 500 kilograms of marine worms. So we are only 5 farms in the world producing marine worms, and we are the first farm in Africa and the Mediterranean Sea to produce local species attractive to the Mediterranean fish with good nutritive quality and also with cheap logistic cost. So by 2024, we want to raise about $1 million to industrialize our process. Also, we are creating a new production site in France to be closer to our European client. And by 2025, we will make our break event for 1.2 million of revenue. And also, we will launch our franchise business model. We will offer expertise and franchise for investors who want to create their own marine worm farm. By 2026, we will make our return of investment for this $1 million. So the team is composed by me and my co-founder. We are 2 biology engineers. We have more than 9 years experience in aquaculture. Also, we co-founded a commercial company exporting marine worms. And we have our third co-founder is a doctor in marine biology with more than 20 years experience in aquaculture. So our ask is about $1 million to industrialize our process, to increase our capacity of production to 20 tons to satisfy the demand that we have, and we will make about 1.2 million of revenue. So thank you for your attention, and partner with us to scale up the production of marine worms for the future of bait and aquafed. Thank you.
First of all, did you say that you're the first hatchery dealing in marine worms?
Yes.
Wow, so you're a trailblazer. That's all right, fantastic. So you mentioned about how you're selling at $50 and the cost of production is $20.
Yes.
Is the cost of production inclusive of the cold chain logistical cost?
Yeah, in fact, yes, this $20 is for the cost of production from the production from our side to the final destination of our client, because we are exporting marine worms since 2014, so we are optimizing the chain code and how we can export them alive and all over the world. So with this expertise, it helps us to optimize the cost of shipping, and also our species is very resistant to climate fluctuation and to the heat, so which allowed us to export it with, let's say, cheap cost.
Oh, nice. And my second question is, you talked about scalability. Franchise model?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to touch a bit more on that and describe what that will look like?
Yes, okay. So to scale, we found that we are getting requests from investors in Morocco, in Algeria, in Turkey. They are asking about expertise. So as we cannot give them, because we have 3 patents and we have more than 8 years of R&D, so we found the solutions that we can provide them franchise. How is franchise will work? We'll supply them small worms, and they need only to fattening them. Why? Because we need to protect our IP, and we will not give them how to reproduce marine worms. So we will give you only the simple thing of giving you small larvae, you fattening them, and after we will help you to sell these marine worms through our client portfolio or your client. So it's not a problem. And the cost of the franchise is about $30,000 one shot, and after we will take $4 for every kilogram sold by these franchises. Yes.
Yeah, all right. So my second time meeting you. Of course, you are into very niche sector. So I think mine is the why. I mean, there are multiple alternatives for feeds. So why, yeah, that's what maybe we can understand why the marine worms here.
Okay, the marine worms, why the marine worms? Because as I said, they are like miraculous creatures. They are doing a lot of jobs in nature by reducing pollution. Also, they present a big opportunity for business, as I said. So I started this business in 2014, and I was collecting the worms from the wild and exporting them. As I said, I getting a lot of demand. I cannot satisfy them because the natural stocks is decreasing. So this is why we are thinking about farming them. And so we started in 2015 by like lab scale. It was very small scales, and we was financing our R&D with the money, the revenue that we're getting from exporting marine worms. And we passed 5 years in lab scales, and now we are pilot scales. And now we are able to produce the marine worms. And we want to industrialize the process to satisfy all the demand that we can get.
I just had one question in regards to what you just answered. What is the ABC impact? What is the, what would you call it? The climate angle of doing the worms versus other variations of feed? What is the sustainability advantage of doing the worms?
Okay, the sustainability advantages, first, as I am from a coastal town, and we used to have marine worms in my town. And due to the overexploitation, we didn't find any more marine worms. So with our farms now, we are repopulating these natural stocks. So every time I breed the marine worms, I take a quantity from the worm production and I put them in this lagoon in front of our farm to repopulate this lagoon and to decrease the pollution in this lagoon. So the marine worms, as I said, they contribute to the depollution of marine sediments. By bioturbate the sediments, by aerating them, also they can bioaccumulate heavy metals. So they are doing a lot of great job in the sediment to reduce the pollution of in the lagoon of the front of our farm. And since 2022, we discharged about 1 million larvae in the lagoon. Yes.
Thank you for that. Just wanted to understand, your end clients, why are they buying these worms? I think there are some applications that you have explained, but maybe explain them more broadly. I think you also mentioned the market size is something like 7B, so it'd be good to understand that. Cheers,
Okay.
thanks.
So the marine worms, as first use for them is bait for fishing. So for the angler who go to fish, so they buy marine worms and they use it as a bait. They will put it in the hook and go to fish. So as in the Mediterranean country, it's very familiar, this habitude, and all Mediterranean person are fishing, especially Tunisia, France, Spain, Italy. So everyone is fishing, and we have the same habitude of fishing. We have the same fish, the same worms, the same bait. So it was very easy for us to export the marine worms all over the Mediterranean country. And all the global marine worm market is evaluated at $7 billion for the two use, for the bait use, and also for the aquafed use, because marine worms, they are like a super fed for shrimp. When shrimp mother, they are fed with marine worms, it increases the productivity by 200%. So this is why all the shrimp farmers now, they are looking for marine worms to give it to their shrimp and to increase their productivity.
Thanks for that clarification. How big is our market in Africa? How big is that 7B? What is the slice of that 7B coming from Africa? That is number one. And then number two is, with a 30K investment, how long does it take before someone can recoup the initial investment before they start turning profit?
Okay, so for the market in Africa, so we know that the market in North Africa, because it's around the Mediterranean Sea, is about $500,000 as our last statistics that we have done. And sorry for the investment. Can you please repeat the second question? The return of investment. So for the $1 million, the return of investment, it will be by 2026.
Thank you.
It's about 2 years.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, jury. Thank you so much, Mohamed.
Thank you.
Really appreciate. And yeah, we're just going to try and be watchful of the time. We have a clock. Kindly keep a keen eye on that. All right. Our next picture from Ghana. Divine Azuma, Wontesi Vintage.
Imagine you are using your kitchen sink and the water refuses to drain because the drainage system is clogged. Frustrating, right? This is exactly what's happening in Ghana's catfish market today. Production has surged, but demand hasn't kept pace, increasing from 20,000 metric tons in 2015 to 70,000 metric tons in 2023, causing a market choke. All stakeholders, from hatchery operators to fish farmers, are struggling. Wontesi Ventures, a leading aquaculture company in Ghana, specialized in pond construction, using the recirculating aquaculture system, growing from 100 tanks at inception to 500 tanks nationwide, supporting 480 client farmers to produce 480 tons of catfish annually. However, like the others, we felt the impact of this market stagnation. A few weeks ago, we had the opportunity to host the CEO of Ranan Fish Feed, a leading fish feed company in West Africa, and he expressed how this market stagnation is impacting his business. This year alone, they are their all-time low with 50% reduction in sales, especially for the 2mm and 3mm fish feed, increasing storage costs and straining cash flow. To address this issue, we've come up with what we call the Pond to Plate Initiative, P2P. We've diversified our offerings from beyond just raw catfish, now offering catfish fillet, chunks, diced, and even canned catfish recipes. This initiative has renewed consumer interest and has opened a new market opportunity for catfish products. We believe that if we're able to push these products to the malls, supermarkets, and cold stores, there can be a market shift. Currently, we are working with one local cold store unit, and we've seen a great increase in sales with our value-added products flying off the shelves, selling $7,140 USD of processed catfish. This success confirms the potential of the P2P initiative. What sets us apart from our competitors is the fact that we use the recirculating aquaculture system and the collapsible tanks, while they rely on the dugouts and raised ponds. I strongly believe that the catfish market has not been explored enough and that it has the potential to flash the blockade in the market chain to help it move smoothly. And that is why we are seeking to raise an investment of 10 million USD to set up a processing factory to scale our manufacturing and boost customer positioning. Currently, our production capacity is at 500 kg of processed catfish per month, and through this investment, we seek to boost it to 5 tons per month. This will not only increase our market share, but also stabilize the market for all stakeholders involved. Just as a clog sink can be fixed, One Tasty Ventures is unclogging the catfish market with a P2P initiative. With your support, we can transform the catfish market and ensure prosperity for all stakeholders involved. My name is Divine Dogbeda Azuma, Assistant Project Lead for One Tasty Ventures Ghana. Thank you.
Hi. I think I have one question. Yes, a lot of energy. I liked the presentation. One question I have is, what method of value addition are you using to convert the fish from fresh to the different products that you're offering in the market?
Can you come again?
The process. So you want to set up a processing plant. Yeah. What is this process? Is it drying? Like, what is the process?
We want to filleting, where we take off the flesh of the fish, and then we package it and sell. And then aside that, we want to go into canning, which is new. Nobody has ever done that. So currently we are in touch with consultants from Austria, because catfish, unlike tuna and mackerel, is different, especially in terms of extending the shelf life of it. So we are in touch with them, and they are also assisting with some of these things. Thank you.
And what is the cost differentiation when someone buys a full catfish, as it is with the head and everything and the scales, that versus the filleted fish or the alternative of pickled or jarred?
Okay, so in terms of cost differentiation.
On the customer.
On the customer. So when somebody buys the fresh catfish, the fresh catfish sells at $3. So when it's processed, it's around $4 because of the new value. So it's not that much. So it encourages everybody. And now, more than ever, we live in a time where everybody is looking for ease of use and durability. So we're trying to get them. Because especially killing catfish is very dicey. Because if you don't know how to do it, you might mess up. So that's what we're trying to do.
Hey, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I just wanted to understand a bit about your production process. Is any part of it tech-enabled, mechanized, or anything that really brings about cost efficiencies?
Okay, so currently we are doing it manually. So we're using the cutting tools like knives, sharp knives, and all of those things to scale and remove it. But through this investment, we hope to scale it and then purchase machines that can just do it on a large scale. Thank you.
Thanks for that. So quick question. So you want to raise 10 million. How much have you raised previously?
How much have we
ever raised collectively? How much money have you raised to date?
To date, we've raised, I think, almost close to $1 million. Almost close to $1 million because of some of the things we do. Because we're also in pond construction and other stuff. So all funds are now, because the market is choked. So now all funds are now being pushed to processing so that the choke market can be flushed so that everybody involved can enjoy.
That's number one. And then number two, why not just consider, instead of integrating the whole value chain from production to value addition to canning, why not just specialize in one and then you can move on to canning?
But I can't really
Canning. Instead of trying to integrate the whole value chain, why not move step by step? Whereby you perfect one process and then you can start canning once you get internal skills internal talent for that.
I think that's the path we are carrying on. Okay. So now we are in the filleting. That's where we major on. that's why we are producing a lot of filleted fish. So with time, we expand it. But what we're doing is that we have canned recipes. So it's not canned, but like the recipes can be saved. So now we're in touch to get expert knowledge on how to can catfish. So while producing the fillet, we are still in touch for the future. That's a canning. So we're still trying to kill two birds with one stone, yeah.
Why catfish?
Exactly. So catfish, right, is resilient and adaptable. You can grow it anywhere. You get catfish can literally live outside of water for 4 days and it's still active but very weak. Unlike tilapia that gets out of water and is trying to gasp for air. Aside that too, it's rich in omega-3, which is also vital for the brain health. And then as now we're living where people are looking health conscious consumers, I think it's very good for some of these people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Divine, for that passionate delivery. I think you have a lot of divine intervention because that was awesome. Thank you so much. All right, thank you, jury, for the wonderful work. We really appreciate. Thank you. All right, so before we start the next session, I'd like to welcome our next success story. So this is from Richmond, Kuroko, Plastic Punch, Ghana. Thank you.
We cannot talk about the future without talking about the triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and plastic pollution. Ohandigani, Kenya. My name is Richmond Kennedy Kwaku. I'm the director at Plastic Punch. We'll be presenting to you what we do. And because the next slides will be very disturbing, this is to show you how beautiful Ghana is. And the next pictures are not representative at all of the country. If you've not been there, you more than welcome to visit. We are located at the center of the world, rich in flora and fauna. So we are an NGO using citizen science to inspire behavioral change. We'll be telling you a little bit story. Our initiative started on the coastline of Ningo Pram Pram, where we went to see sea turtles. Ghana is home to endangered species of sea turtles. Out of the 6 turtles we saw that night, 5 of them were dead. We could not scientifically diagnose what the cause of death was. But looking at the beach with all the plastics, as you can see, taken by our Spanish photographer, Eduardo Vazquez, there is a link with some of the plastics physically entangled in the, some of the turtles physically entangled in plastics. So we decided to act by bringing the community in contact with the problem. We clean wild beaches. These are beaches where people do not live. All the trash that comes to these beaches are brought in by the ocean current. So by bringing people in contact with the problem is by raising awareness. We are very much aware that beach cleanups are not the solution to the plastic pollution menace. However, when we go there, we collect relevant data on who is polluting and what is polluting. And we'll be speaking more about that. Also, this sea turtle, you know, sea turtles come to the same beach where they were hatched, so we keep this space clean for the sea turtles, and they keep coming. Our events are plastic-free, also to demonstrate to the community using indigenous solutions like drinking in calabash, serving lunch in leaves, that yes, there are other ways where we could be plastic-free. This is where the operation gets interesting. So we sort out the trash. Volunteers stick to specific items. If you are picking shoes, you pick shoes. E-waste, you pick e-waste. If you are picking bottles, you pick bottles. Because we want to be able to recycle as much as possible, one, what we do with what the recyclers we have right now, so before talking about recycling, our model is specifically towards reduction. We believe that less plastics, better lives. Now we find these things on the beach. What can we do with this plastic? The recyclables, we have partners who change these plastics into bricks. We also have other partners who use them for shirts. We weigh every item we pick on the beach as well to understand what we find as pollutants. So a little representation of what our data sets will look like, and the next slide will be showing you what we do with this data set. So this is an example of what the pollutants are, and you can see the who is polluting is where we understand or carry out a brand audit to know which companies are polluting. We also are able to determine the recycling rate of these plastics that we find, to be able to identify what is recyclable, what is not recyclable. We're also able to understand what is food packaging, what are household products, and what types of these plastics we are finding. So we do a correlation around a period, and this is the citizen science approach that we use to be able to understand with our awareness actions in the communities, what are we doing well, what we are not doing well with. So over the period, we do a correlation of all the different data sets that we collect. And these are for the polluters, the brands that are polluting. What we do with this data is we are instigating the extended producer responsibility with the brand audits data. It was supposed to be a law by December 2023, but with a lot of lobby going by with the plastic industry in Ghana, we are still churning this into the law with the help of the government and other stakeholders. Also with the what is polluting, Ghana has become the first country, or Ghana is the first country to be able to report the SDG 14.1 indicators thanks to our data set. We also plug this data set into global platforms and together with the Ghana Statistical Service. So with the what is polluting, we are also able to help the municipality where we work to improve their waste management situations. So this is a testimony from one of the communities we work called Nungwa. Before we got there, they had issues of flooding every year. And since 2019, they've not had any issues of flooding. So this is the Metropolitan Health Officer
what Legacy
saying
is doing
what we have
to
done
me
in the
is
community.
very, very important. Because collecting these plastics, the toxic waste from the plastics that is causing aquatic death is reduced. And then this year, when we had flood, no water entered into anybody's room. And nobody complained about flooding too, because the system is now clear. Plastic Council may not know all the sources of these plastics. But if you engage community participation, they will now bring it from all the obscure corners. And then plastic will be out from our midst.
So that's testimony. You would agree with me, thank you. You would agree with me the beach cleanup can reach only coastal communities, and knowing the problem and understanding the problem of pollution has to come in different forms. This is where we deploy several tools. We also carry out a needle hunt. We do waste audits in companies, in schools to be able to understand the problem and to be able to help them with their waste management solutions. For the tech survey people, we have a game available on Google Play. We have an app to collect data on sea turtles so that we are able to understand where these sea turtles are popping up, and then we can be able to engage with our conservation efforts. We are also creating alternative packaging solutions. We realize that most of the waste we find is linked to the provision of clean drinking water and food packaging. So over the last 4 to 5 years, we've been doing R&D, research and development into using vegetal fiber into creating packaging solutions. We've been looking at hemp, we've been looking at cassava, we've been looking at seaweed and algae with partners in Angers, Eastham, and Notpla in the UK. This is what we call edutainment, and that is what is cool. Besides or beyond the coastal communities, we still need to send a message out. We have the Plastic Punch series, which are short episodes, and currently running on 8 TV stations in Ghana, and on social media. We invite you to, on YouTube, to check it out, Plastic Punch series. We have graffitis, music events, and others where we try to send the same message forth to the public in different ways and getting more people involved to be part of the change. There are workshops which we carry out. It comes in all different forms: organic workshop, composting workshop, upcycling workshop, and any kind of workshop you can think about, which usually happens with the beach cleanups because we do not want the children to clean so much. So I'll be speaking a little bit about some solutions we have a little bit further, and we say thank you very much. So Otparks and Isopa will be speaking about, but Kwaisin. So Kwaisin is the Coastal Ocean Environment School in Ghana. I start in Ghana and Nigeria. I started as a participant, and now I am an instructor and organizer of the school. So what the school seeks to do is to build capacity in ocean sciences in Africa. So every year we bring professors from US, Europe, and then faculty and students all across Africa to be able to impact with ocean sciences, new tools in physical oceanography, writing Python codes. Last time we did codes with Giovanni, which is the NASA language, and other forms of tools that will impact to the new generation of scientists coming forward. We have received funding, more funding, extra funding, and we'll be coming to Kenya next year. So Wayomsa and the Kenyans, get ready for us. Most of the trash is linked to the provision of clean drinking water. So this is one of the innovations we have at Plastic Punch. It's called Insuopa. What this machine does, and you see, is it has 3 levels of filtration in there, and all you need to do is come with your own bottle, and then with a card, you swipe it, and you get clean drinking water. This way, we reduce or minimize having access to clean drinking water with sachet and bottles, which is a big problem, which is why we have a lot of pollutants, according to our data set. These are some of the alternative packaging solutions we are developing at Plastic Punch. We are still gathering or mobilizing the right funding to be able to set up a facility in Ghana or Nigeria to be able to take advantage of the African Free Trade and Continental Agreement so that we can be able to provide these hot packs to the whole of, first starting from West Africa, then to Africa, probably beyond Africa, because there's the need everywhere. All right. So the triple planetary crisis continues to remain a global issue, and with active participation of local communities via citizen science throughout the planet, effective and positive change can be a reality. I would show you this video with one of our partners. We work with Global Citizen, which is one of our strong partners we have. And just to show you a bit of the energy that we have in the edutainment. And this was our last event at the Black Star Square in Ghana. So this is a free event. You need to do something for the environment to be able to get in.
Oh my kabamika, oh my saba, my lava. Atadaba, oh, I'm kabamika, oh my kabamika, oh my saba, my lava. Party, party, party. Party, party, party. See, all of the champion, all of them in the dance, put on a buckle up, them in the air. Whoa, bust it up, stick it up. Everybody.
Say, tell me what you need from me now. I'm not what you need to be now, cause I'm done with it now. No more damages, no, no. No more damages. Back then when I was a baby girl,
You don't live the life, you just dream it. Don't mind them boys, they don't mean it. If I slap your face, you're gonna feel it. Slide in the middle like Grealish. My next 6 bigger than my previous. Red lights looking all greenish. Fake niggas call me blood, I get squeamish.
Activism can be cool. With collective action and responsibility, we can fight this triple planetary crisis that we have. Asante sana Kenya, merci beaucoup, akpena miakata.
Thank you so much, Richmond, for that inspiring presentation. We really appreciate that. And yes, Kenya is ready for you. You're most welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get to the next session, Maritime Transport Systems, kindly let me have the next panel of judges.
Thank you. Mesdames et messieurs, Nous appelons ici le panel de jury pour la prochaine catégorie d'entrepreneurs. Je commence premièrement par Madame Suzanne Wanjika de la GIZ. Thank you, Miss Suzanne. Mercy Kimalat from ASEC is the second member of the jury. And Joy Indekwa from Nature Finance is the third member of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's join our hands together. We have a 100% female jury for this session. So we now have to call this entrepreneur coming from Togo to introduce this session on maritime transport. Let's welcome Samdon Wilfried from Togo. From Sky.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Mon nom est Samdon Wilfried Dabiré, je suis le fondateur et CEO d'EasyChain. EasyChain est une entreprise innovante spécialisée dans la logistique maritime. Nous offrons des solutions digitales avancées et un service de navire collecteur écologique pour optimiser le transport de conteneurs en Afrique de l'Ouest et centrale. Mesdames et messieurs, le secteur de la logistique maritime en Afrique de l'Ouest est confronté à plusieurs défis majeurs. Les ports sont très souvent saturés, ce qui ralentit considérablement les opérations. Il est difficile de transporter des conteneurs d'un port à un autre en raison de l'absence de liaison efficace sur toute la côte ouest africaine. Aussi, les infrastructures portuaires actuelles limitent l'accès aux plus grands navires, obligeant les compagnies maritimes à attendre plus longtemps, ce qui entraîne des pertes financières importantes, pouvant aller jusqu'à 35 000 $ par jour d'attente pour un porte-conteneur moyen. Face à tous ces défis, EasyChain propose une solution innovante avec l'introduction de navires collecteurs décarbonés, appelés généralement feeder vessels. Ces navires collecteurs assureront des liaisons efficaces entre les ports d'Afrique de l'Ouest, allant du port de Lomé au Togo, au port de Praia au Cap-Vert, réduisant ainsi la congestion dans les ports et les temps d'attente pour les plus grands navires. De plus, notre plateforme digitale permettra d'optimiser les opérations logistiques et de suivre les expéditions en temps réel. Selon United Nations Conference for Trade and Development, le marché potentiel de la logistique maritime en Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre est estimé à plus de 2 milliards de $. Ce chiffre reflète la demande croissante pour des solutions de transport plus durables et efficaces dans la région. Notre stratégie go-to-market est basée sur des partenariats directs avec les ports et les compagnies maritimes. Par ailleurs, nous allons mener des campagnes marketing digitales et organiques pour l'acquisition d'entreprises clientes en Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre. Nous avons réalisé des avancées significatives avec l'obtention de 50 000 $ l'année dernière pour le développement de notre application mobile. De plus, nous avons été acceptés dans le programme MSMEs Odanepad, organisé par l'Agence de développement de l'Union africaine. Ce programme facilitera des contacts avec les autorités portuaires pour des projets pilotes avec le port de Lomé au Togo et le port de San Pedro en Côte d'Ivoire. EasyChain a aussi été accepté dans le programme Soft Landing Provence Africa Connect. Ce programme nous fournira un financement pour la recherche et développement de notre projet à Marseille, où nous serons mentorés par d'éminents experts maritimes. Nous avons conscience de concurrents existants, mais nous naviguons dans un océan différent. Alpha Logistique, basé en Tanzanie, se concentre sur l'Afrique de l'Est. Unifeeder dessert les ports du Moyen-Orient et East Press Feeders opère principalement en Asie. Nous sommes les premiers à offrir un service de navire collecteur spécifiquement conçu pour la région d'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre, combiné avec des technologies innovantes et des solutions intégrées avec d'autres compagnies maritimes et les ports de la région. En termes de projections financières, nous visons un revenu mensuel de 100 000 $, un taux de croissance annuel de 25% et une capacité de transport de 60 000 conteneurs par an. Pour accélérer notre développement, nous recherchons un financement de 595 000 $. Ce financement nous aidera à acquérir notre premier navire décarboné, à améliorer notre plateforme digitale et à acquérir nos premiers clients. Avec ce financement, nous pourrons renforcer notre position sur le marché, améliorer l'efficacité logistique en Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre et réduire notre empreinte carbone. Merci pour votre attention et votre soutien à C.G.H. Nous sommes impatients de collaborer avec vous pour transformer le paysage de la logistique maritime en Afrique. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would have two questions for you. One on the cost side of things. Have you done any projections using the current situation and with your upcoming in? What are the projected cost reductions and how does this then get down to the final consumer?
Okay. Shall I answer in English and in French and you get the translation?
And whichever you're comfortable with.
Okay, right now we did some research because when we started C.G.H, we're offering freight forwarding services to our customers in Togo. And we started operations since 2020. The problem was that it was easier, for example, for us to book containers from Europe to Africa, but very difficult, for example, to find a line along the West Africa coast. So it was the first remark that we did. And when we realized that, we approached the different shipping lines in the region to ask about potential collaboration. So what we'll do right now is like last mile delivery for vessels. That means that when, for example, larger vessel will come in Lomé, because Lomé is a transshipment harbor, and it's one of the only transshipment harbor in deep sea along the West Africa coast. So Lomé port welcomes larger vessels. But this vessel, for example, cannot serve smaller ports along the West Africa coast. So what we'll do, for example, for the shipping lines, is to take these containers and then dispatch it along the coast. And our revenue model is very simple. It's based on container transportation, and we'll fix 500 per container. And then the other revenue stream will be with subscription because we already developed a digital platform that will be connected to the existing system of the shipping lines and the different ports of the region. And these shipping lines and ports will also subscribe to use also the platform. And the third revenue stream will be added values because as we're offering freight forwarding service to our customers, we can offer them, for example, custom clearance or other values for their service.
Thank you so much. And maybe just to follow up on that one, the issue of empty container repositioning, is it something that you're taking into account? How does it come into your production or the value chain?
Yeah, for sure, because last year, as I was saying, we've been accepted in a program called MSME Odanipat, and we work with the African Union for the Abidjan-Lagos corridor. It's a big project running by the African Union. And when we discussed with them, they connected us directly with different ports authorities, like the port of Lomé in Togo and the port of San Pedro in Côte d'Ivoire, because San Pedro is the port where they export coffee, cocoa, because Côte d'Ivoire is the first producer of cocoa. And when we discussed with the port authorities, they told us that a lot of containers that stayed in the port and struggled the operation. So for us, it will be to get this information directly on our platform, because our platform will be connected with the port system, and then we'll get exactly the number of containers that we have to pick in every port and transport or move from port to port along the West Coast.
All right, thank you so much. I'll also have two questions, but I think you could start us with what is the impact that you're creating so far, what you've seen, and also how inclusive is your team? What does your team structure look like?
Okay, right now we noticed that more than 90% of companies in Africa, not only in Togo, are small and medium enterprises. And for us, it was very difficult, for example, to transport the goods produced by small businesses in Togo from, for example, Togo to Côte d'Ivoire. And I have to mention, for example, that Togo and Côte d'Ivoire is just 1 hour apart by air, but you get no connectivity by sea between these two countries. And it's the same problem all along the West Coast and in Central Africa. For us, the impact is really to empower the small businesses by offering them tailored logistic solutions to transport their goods from an African country to another one. The second one will be about carbon reduction, because right now we plan to start our operation with a decarbonated vessel. And we already have a letter of intent with a shipper based in Europe to use an electric vessel or a vessel that will be guided by winds. And that's why we're going to Marseille in France to develop the research and development. About the team right now, we are 12 people. Me, I have more than 10 years experience in logistics. I work in maritime company, in airline. I was cargo manager for an airline called Askai Airlines in Togo. And I also built, in 2016, a relay vessel company in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, specialized in the distribution of type of salt, chemical products, and agricultural products. And my co-founder, Eman Elbaz, has more than 15 years experience in software development, and he was the one in charge of the digital application. And we're surrounded by maritime experts, and we plan also to recruit more people in our team.
Hello? Hello? Yes, I just have one question. So you talk about the digital platform, which helps to mitigate on the carbon emission, right? But is there also another competitor doing the same thing, and what differentiates you from the others?
Okay, right now in West and Central Africa, we don't have direct competitors. The competitor that we have is based in East Africa, in Tanzania. It's called Alpha Logistic, but they serve mainly East Africa coast. Another competitor is Unifeather. They are based in Middle East, in Dubai, and they serve Middle East and the East Coast. East Plus feeders that are specialized in feeder vessel, they operate mainly in Asia. So we are the only one at the moment in West and Central Africa that will be able to offer a feeder service specifically designed for the region. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Chers invités, lorsque les dames entrent en scène, chers invités, lorsque les dames entrent en scène, c'est toujours entraînant. Merci, chers membres du jury, pour votre grâce et pour votre dynamisme. J'invite ici le prochain entrepreneur qui nous vient de la Côte d'Ivoire et qui va énergiser la salle. Il s'agit de Richard Séchier, de Cool Lion Energies. Je vous en prie, sous vos applaudissements.
Barry Johnny. Great. Hello, so my name is Richard Seshi. I'm the founder of Cool Lion Energies. Do you know that in my country, Côte d'Ivoire, up to 50% of the fish catch by artisanal fishermen can actually end up as food spoilage. And this is essentially due to poor refrigeration and storage facilities offered to them. So my company built solar-powered refrigerated containers that are made available for the efficient and effective preservation and distribution of fisheries products, among others. Our containerized units have interesting features. So, of course, they're powered by clean energy. They can also be adapted into several cold compartments. And we're also looking at affordability since we're offering a payment layaway model. And this is also enabled by the fact that the containers come with a remote lockdown system to the doors, and then the ability for the cooperatives to be able to make micropayments through mobile money. In terms of the market size today, this is a $200 million total addressable market in Côte d'Ivoire. There was an actual study that was realized by the African Union Development Agency that stated that Côte d'Ivoire can actually see over 6,000 refrigerated units being installed and benefiting different smallholders. Today, we have installed so far 4 solar-powered refrigerated units that are serving different actors. And we've worked with organizations including the UN International Labour Organization, the National Warehousing Authority, the Motepe Foundation, and others. I'm standing here in front of you today because we're looking to raise $500,000 US. We're looking at this amount because we'd like to grow our revenue from 309,000 USD that we did last year to 819,000 USD. So we want to increase our revenue over the next 2 years, 2.5x. We believe this is achievable because since the company has been around for the last 3 years, we've actually grown our revenue 7-fold, from 43,000 USD in 2019 to $309,000 last year. So please join me in transforming the landscape for small-scale fishers in my country, and I'm looking forward to benefiting from your support. Thank you so much.
I'm happy to kick off. I have two questions. One, how can the coolers, with one single charge, how long does it take to maintain the temperature? And then what's the lifespan? And when you think about maintenance cost, what does that mean in terms of the numbers? And have you factored that then into the final profitability model that you are looking at? And within the 2 years, what does it mean in terms of if we give you money, for instance, hypothetically, breaking even, what does that look like?
Okay, thank you. So basically, the refrigerator unit, the installation, you actually can provide autonomous energy by actually having battery storage. They can go up to 24 hours up to 72 hours. So from a day to 3 days, depending on what the customers want and how much is willing to spend in terms of batteries storage. In terms of the lifespan of the containerized unit, traditionally solar panels, sandwich panels, and everything, you can have a unit last as long as 15 years. So it's really a long-term investment that's beneficial for them. In the exception of batteries, that has to be replaced. Traditionally, if they use well, every 4 to 5 years, they can be replaced. But it's really something. Now, in terms of maintenance, it's minimal. Traditionally, you have to clean the solar panels at regular intervals. And then we also do some preventive maintenance. So what we do is that if we have a cooperative as a partner, we're able to offer a 1-year service agreement in terms of maintenance for free. And then afterwards, we charge them.
All right. So what have been the factors that have caused you to grow in the last 3 years, 7x? One, and so because I can see you're ready to scale, and so those factors, how are they going to inform 2.5x, if we are to invest?
Yeah, thank you. I think what has allowed us to grow from when we started really way back in 2019 as a very tiny company, I think it's also more to the fact that we're able to raise the support of very strong believers in what we're trying to do. We benefited, from some financial support, which allowed us to actually offer sweet deals to cooperatives in terms of making available these units to them. So we're confident that now we're not only looking traditionally at only grants funding, we feel that we want to also, look now at least debt, and then, use this money to be able to grow. And like I mentioned, 2.5x for us is something very achievable because in the pipeline, we've spoken with dozens of cooperatives, and they're really enthused about what we're building in Côte d'Ivoire currently.
Quick follow-up. What's your market size?
The total addressable market is $200 million. So up to 6,000 units around that, because we were a winner of the African Union Development Agency small-scale infrastructure competition. So they did a very extensive study around the cold chain sector in Côte d'Ivoire. So from there, they actually told us that we have up to 6,000 refrigerator units that could benefit not only the fishery sector, but also the agricultural sectors, because those are twin sectors that really need to prevent food spoilage.
So I have a question on the number of units you sold. You said 6,000, right?
Yes, the capacity to install in Côte d'Ivoire.
But how many have you sold?
Not 4, just 4.
You only
Yes.
sold 4.
Yeah,
So
installed 4.
The request for the 500,000 USD, how are you going to break it down into the different things that you're looking towards building that capital base or market share?
Yeah, so the $500,000 is going to be essentially split. 73% is going to go into capital expenses, so capex cost, and then the remaining is going to go into opex, basically, cost, operational expense, salaries, market, commercial team, and so forth and so forth. With 500,000 USD, we believe we have enough ammunition to be able to deploy between an additional 12 to 15 units to be able to put them to the market, on the market.
And when do you think you'll be able to break even? In which year?
Sorry?
Which year do you think you might be able to break even?
Technically, we already break even because from the financial support we benefited. We've not had any negative financial year so far. But to give an order, traditionally, I would say if we have, for example, to look at the container size, for example, traditionally what we do is that we'll use at the cost and add maybe plus 30% to it to be able to make sure that we cover everything and have a small margin on that. Thank you so much.
Merci Richard pour cette présentation énergique. Merci Richard pour cette présentation énergique. Mesdames et messieurs, nous vous rappelons que les votes se poursuivent sur l'application Slido ou sur le site internet dédié. Vous avez soit le QR code, soit le numéro qui est affiché juste en face de vous. Également, pour ceux qui font des publications sur les réseaux sociaux, vous avez le hashtag BlueInvestAfrica que vous n'hésiterez pas à mentionner. Pour la prochaine intervention, je vais donc appeler un entrepreneur qui nous vient toujours de l'ouest de l'Afrique, M. Shamsuddin Kabir Bello. Sous vos applaudissements, s'il vous plaît.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Well, according to the International Maritime Organization, over 3 billion tons of ballast water is being carried around the world during their various journeys. And as 80% of the world's global trade is carried out through the seas, it means without ballast water, the world's economy itself would be in jeopardy. So what is ballast water? Ballast water is the water carried in by vessels before their journeys. It sits at the bottom of the vessels, and it's what makes the ships stable during the various journeys. They intake ballast water before their journeys, and they discharge it when they reach their destination ports. So what the IMO is looking at is the invasive aquatic species taken into the vessels and dumped at the discharge ports. They gave a mandate, and they made sure every port and member country manages their ballast water by the year 2024. Today we're 2 months away from the deadline, and we have more than 20,000 vessels unequipped. We have more than 30 African coastal cities, ports without these facilities, and we are just 2 months away. That's where we step in. My name is Shamsuddin Kabir Bello, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Isashi Investments Limited and founder of the RUA-GUARD Mobile Ballast Water Management System. RUA stands for water in the native Hausa language, and what the system does is we're buying an off-the-shelf, already existent in the market, mobile ballast water management system from Europe. We're putting it on top of a ferry-like vessel, and we're fabricating onboard lab. So what the system does is, when a vessel arrives at port, it drives up to the vessel, it connects to the inlet of the vessel, and makes sure the ballast water released goes through our system before it is discharged into the water. It uses a normal, it's a UV ray technology, and it costs about $2.1 million. So I'm here today asking for $3 million in equity stake financing to enable us get the equipment, get the ferry-like vessel, and then use about 5%, about $150,000 as operating expenses. From our projections, we are currently at the piloting stage, pre-piloting stage, and from our projections, we're looking at just a 3% market capture, which means, okay, for context, the Nigerian ports receive 1,850 vessels in just 3 months. So with a market capture of 3%, we're projecting a 72% return on investment with a break-even period of less than 3 years and annual profit afterwards of about $2.7 million. We have a great management team, small but vastly experienced. We've worked for the European Union for 2 major transportation and logistics services in Nigeria, the EU SIGN and the EU NDSP, Niger Delta Support Program. And we're looking to expand and start and run the pilot. Thank you very much, and I hope you find our project as worthy of your investments as we do. Thank you.
Okay, if I did catch you right, you mentioned you are buying an off-the-shelf system. In terms of autonomy for you as a company, what does this mean? And then also on the expense side of things, what does it mean in the long term? Is it something that you have a very high ROI, which is very good? Have you taken all that into consideration? And a very touchy issue is on data. Once you have that off-the-shelf system or architecture, have you done all the necessary assessments to ensure that you'll be able to have data integrity and data, for lack of a better word, independence? How are you using this data? What's your plan once you do that?
Okay, for the question of autonomy, as I mentioned, we're running a pilot. We're in a very complex and oligopoly, which is a very capital-intensive project. So for now, we're taking the off-the-shelf product because we're trying to test our model. So we're taking in, it's on a full scale, it's a $40 million project. So we can't go all in on that at the inception. So we're taking an off-the-shelf to make sure we test our model, and then we're working in collaboration. Fortunately, I come from the town where the Water Research Institute is based, so we're working with side by side with the institute to make sure we develop a local alternative, which will definitely be cheaper. But at the moment, we're trying to make sure all the ports are in compliance with the regulatory law in place, and then banking on the market. So side by side, we'll be running a sort of R&D with the NWRI. It's called the National Water Research Institute in Kaduna. And fortunately, we hope to come up with a better solution afterwards.
I wanted to follow up on that one, because you are in the pre-pilot stage. Have you been able to come up with a prototype of some sort just to show how the UV technology will be working, and then also looking at the effects as well, the negative effects? Have you also been able to map those out and the different risks, and how will you mitigate them?
Sorry, can you take that again?
So the first one is, have you been able to come up with a prototype, like a small version of how the ship would work?
I think there was supposed to be, we've done the modeling already. And so, the key elements of our product, we're more of a service than a product. So the key elements are, we're putting together different equipments onto one platform. So it's quite easy, I may say, for the prototyping, because we're taking the daemon, which is the key element of the product, and then we're putting it on a ferry. So we've done the prototype, and I think it's supposed to have been showcased. And it's basically just putting 3 major units, components, into one platform.
So you're able to consider shipping companies or other corporates that could actually buy that service instead of you building it out? Maybe you can share why. Yeah.
Okay, why we're actually looking at the service is because our target market is made up of a segment of vessels that are almost obsolete. So they have a lifespan, the remaining lifespan is very short. They can't afford a $4-5 million onboard facility. So they would rather just take a service, pay a $40,000 per year for the next 5 years remaining in the lifespan of the vessel, and then save themselves $3 or $3.5 million at the end of the day. And significantly, if we're taking a realistic 3% market share, which means out of 1,800 vessels calling up to the port, we are talking of just 60 vessels. I think we're being very conservative with that, and we're being very practical.
So how long have you, okay, how long is this R&D phase projected to be? One, because you're within pre-piloting, and then who are the other competitors already in the market, and what is, you know, unique, your unique service that you're coming in with, and especially now that you're trying out also a model. Being that you want money to buy hardware, is there available technical skills for this also within, you know, your market?
Okay, for the R&D question, the first question, we don't actually have that much time on our hands, but we've started. We've not gone too far with it, but right now what we're trying to address is the time limit and then the market opportunity. You have 25,000 vessels that need this service, and we're 2 months down to the deadline. Yeah, it may be postponed, but we don't have that much time. So that's why we're going for the off-the-shelf facility. For the R&D, we can't say how much it would take because we're working with a technical partner. It's an institute. We would prefer that it comes as soon as possible because it would also cut down our costs when scaling up and then offer something that is quite more efficient at that lower cost. Then talking of competitors, we have one major competitor which is in the industry but on a different segment, I would say. The competitor is an authorized dealer of a ballast water management system for a European brand, but he offers the product for sale and not the service. And as I said, we have a segment we're looking at right now for the piloting. Sorry. So we just have one competitor. And then scaling up, I think I should add this, we have 30 African coastal countries that are still yet to comply. So right now we're looking at the coastal Gulf of Guinea, and then scaling up probably other African countries.
Wonderful. Thank you, Shamsuddin. I hope it's been clear enough. We are almost done with this maritime transport ecosystem pitches. Nous allons embrayer sur la prochaine présentation et nous vous rappelons de continuer à voter sur Slido. Nous avons à peu près 400 votes pour le moment, mais nous pensons que l'écosystème de la famille Blue Invest Africa est beaucoup plus important. Donc, continuez d'encourager des gens autour de vous de voter parce que les meilleurs entrepreneurs méritent d'être reconnus. J'invite donc ici la prochaine entrepreneur dont je vois déjà les yeux briller. Miss.
Take a moment and imagine that you're holding your favorite beverage. Mine's a gin and tonic. You're on a boat and you're slowly cruising down a waterway. And as you look to your left, you see a herd of elephants begin to cross in front of you. And as you watch them, you get to experience that beautiful African sunset. This is where I first came across Ali Boats, a brand that I then saw on many of my Botswana safari adventures. It wasn't until our paths crossed during the COVID pandemic that I got to learn that these remarkable boats are made right in the heart of the Kalahari Desert. My name is Michaela, and I'm an advisor to the directors and shareholders of Ali Boats. Did you know that the Okavango Delta is the largest inland delta system in the world? It is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And every year, its annual flood supports a variety of farming activities. And because of its rich biodiversity in the desert, it attracts researchers and conservationists from around the world. It is also a renowned safari destination. And because of this, it provides jobs to many of those in remote communities. The town of Maun is located just 30 kilometers from the border of the Okavango Delta. This is also the home of Ali Boats. I personally am exceptionally proud of this business, not only because it contributes to the manufacturing sector in Botswana, which is severely limited, but also for the positive impact it has on the lives of the people and the communities that we are so passionate about supporting. We started out in 1986, originally to make boats for the tourism industry. We are now Africa's leading aluminium boat builders. 50% of our production is exported annually. The main destinations are Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Namibia. But we've also exported to Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, the United Kingdom. Our clients now include private businesses, private individuals, local and foreign government bodies, as well as NGOs. We know, though, that water levels in Southern Africa are changing, weather patterns are changing, and this means that we need to be very deliberate and proactive about our expansion opportunities. East Africa has vast water systems, and this makes me very excited about our potential expansion opportunities. As we look to expanding, we will now start looking at these regions. Aluminium boats are highly popular in Southern Africa because they're durable and they suit a variety of water conditions. But for those of you who are based in East Africa, I'm sure you're used to seeing fiberglass boats. We know that they are favored in this market, but we know with a good go-to-market strategy that aluminium boats will also have a firm place right here. Aluminium is lighter, it's more durable, and 98% of aluminium ever produced worldwide is recycled in some form or another today. We think that this makes our product exciting and exceptional. And because of this, we will also look at leasing opportunities for boats to support research projects as well as other projects. Our business was severely impacted by the COVID pandemic because of our exposure to the tourism industry. But despite this, our revenue numbers are 16% up from pre-pandemic levels. We have a gross margin of around 40%. Our EBITDA margin is at 7.5%, and we're turning over $2.5 million annually. The only problem we have is our production facilities at around 80%. So, what are we looking for? We would love to speak to strategic partners, government agencies, local investment agencies, who would look to partner with us so that we can now commence our commercial due diligence on this market. Digby and I would love to have a conversation with anyone who's interested in supporting us on this. We believe that this is an exciting opportunity, not just for us, but to also involve women in the manufacturing sector. Thank you. And I'm joined by an all-woman panel. How great.
Go again. I would like to wonder, first of all, congratulations. I love when you tied up the notes and you said you'd like to use these boards to support further research, which is excellent. But I want to take you back on the production side of things. How is the production done? Are there any impacts on the environment? How do you mitigate that? How does it impact communities beyond giving them jobs?
Yes.
When you look at it in the long term, how are you making sure that if there are any risks to the environment, to the people, you're trying to mitigate that?
Yeah, very, very good question. So there's a few aspects. Firstly, we produce aluminium boats in Botswana, and our production facility is mostly supported by those who are from an underskilled background. So we train them, we provide them artisanal training. Digby, who's with me, our production manager, trains them, and a lot of them are uneducated or have a very limited level of education. And in Botswana, artisanal capabilities are very limited. And we've realized that women have a very soft touch. And when you're looking at welding, aluminium is actually quite a soft metal. So what we've now started to do is to introduce more women into our manufacturing system so that they, obviously, that they can start providing for themselves. Unemployment is also high in Botswana. And where we're currently based, we're actually right up in the north of Botswana. We're not even in the capital city. We're in a very remote area. It's about 1,000 kilometers from the remote town, Gaborone. And this is where unemployment is quite high as well. So yeah, that's how we would like to obviously capacity build. In terms of the environment, we know that electric motors will be the way of the future, rather than fuel-powered motors. And so we've started developing products. We actually worked with the government of Botswana on a project to develop an e-boat this last year. It's great, and we look forward to that more development. But the only issue that we've got is that there's limited supply of electric motors on the market. They're not very well tested, and they're also very expensive. But we know that this is the future, so we're working with a lot of the manufacturers in the market so that we can help them and provide them feedback on these engines so that we can now start moving towards e-boats. Our boats also support communities with ambulances, patrol boats, and access to communities.
You've answered a lot of questions.
Sorry.
For me so far. But like just to shed more light, what is your team composition? And also, what does your business model look like? Because it's, capital intensive on the hardware. So again.
Yeah. So we have a very experienced team in the management and senior team. I'm the youngest. We've got the founders. There's 4 shareholders and 4 directors. And they are exceptionally talented. We've got a mix of finance skills. So we've got a finance director who is one of the shareholders of the business. We've got a managing director and the production director who's with me, Digby. They are the technical side of the business. These men can build a boat for any purpose. And then we've also got a gentleman who specializes in procurement because we have to procure a lot of items from various parts of the world. So we bring aluminium in from South Africa, we bring parts in from the US, we bring parts in from the Far East. So yeah, we've got an exceptionally qualified management team, but we've also got a production force of around 60 people at the moment.
So just going back on the question she had asked about the business model, how are you actually making money? What are the different ways you're doing it?
Yeah. So essentially, most of our boats are customized. So we've got such a good brand name in the market that people actually search us out. And that's why I was saying we actually need to be more proactive about our expansion. And it's one of the discussions that I've always had with the shareholders when I came in initially to advise them is we got a little bit complacent because we're used to the market coming to us. We've always had a good business. And now what I'm saying to them is we now need to look at start expanding. And so our business model essentially is people will come to us and they will come to us with an idea that one of the production managers will sit with them, they'll design their boat, or we'll see tenders, for example. We've sent boats right up into Kenya. There's one of our landing crafts in Lamu at the moment. But yes, most of our boats are customized, made for a specific purpose. But we've also got a range of standard boats that people can order.
And then looking at the negative impact on the environment. So if you're looking at the water bodies, you're using fuel, which of course has effects, and then also the noise vibration. So what are you trying to do to mitigate that, just to save the biodiversity in the ocean?
Yeah, it's a very, very good point that you've got. As we work towards more electric motors, obviously this will have an impact, and this will start improving that impact that's there. Unfortunately, at the moment, there's not too much that we can do other than try and support that initiative. But the one thing with aluminium is because it's so light and you have more usable space on a boat, you need smaller engine sizes. So if we're looking at a comparison in the East African market, an equivalent fiberglass boat would need a much larger engine size, which has more impact on the environment. So as we start bringing in more aluminium boats, you'll start seeing, it won't be 100%, but you'll start seeing a much lesser degree of fuel, I guess, going in. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Michaela. Thank you so much for that wonderful pitch. Very exciting. All right. So as we move to the last picture in this session, kindly remember Slido. Please vote. We have very little votes since morning, 350. Want to see more activity on this? Kindly vote. Hashtag 2408879 for your best picture. It's open 10 minutes after the last pitch. Thank you so much. And now to our last picture in this session from Cameroon. Kingsley Kuala, still fresh. Thank you.
I've lost my business. These were the words of 60-year-old Amit I met in Berlin a few years ago. Amit is an avocado farmer based here in Kenya. He shipped 20 containers of Hass variety avocados to Europe, and within a mere 2 weeks after arrival, they all went bad. Hamid lost $450,000. He didn't have insurance because products like his are considered too risky. The shipping line that was responsible for the loss rejected payment because Hamid could not prove the condition of his product prior to shipment. Unfortunately, this is not unique to Hamid, nor is it to avocado farmers. The World Food Programme estimates that 990 billion worth of food is wasted every single year. African food producers are severely impacted by this because of low visibility into the condition of their products along the supply chain. And this leads to severe underinsurance, to no insurance at all. So in the event of damage to cargo in transit, Hamid and others like him do not only lose time, but they lose money. To help solve this problem, we have designed and built a digital cargo risk management platform to enable food producers across the continent to remotely collect, analyze, and share objective evidence with their peers, their insurers, as well as port authorities. So with the use of our web-based mobile application, all they have to do is aim, click, and claim. Over the past few years, we have helped repatriate over $11 million back to the continent from shipping lines that have caused damage to meats, fish, fruits, and food, either produced by the continent or for the continent. And with the advent of the Africa Free Trade Continental Area, we have an even bigger opportunity to help protect even more African food producers protect themselves. That is why we are asking you to help connect us to African food producers, big or small. We would like to work with port authorities to help fast-track container inspections and with shippers' councils to help drive our rallying call. But if you're not well connected, we'll gladly accept your financial support. So we are raising $1 million to help us digitize even more cargo inspectors, thus creating more jobs, scale our technology, and drive our sales and marketing efforts. So if you're as passionate about sustainability as we are, and as well as helping African food producers protect themselves, then I would like to speak with you. My name is Kingsley, and I am the CEO and founder of Still Fresh, and I am from Cameroon. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful pitch. You did mention your starting from home in Cameroon. Which regulatory authorities are you dealing with? Because for this platform, especially if you want to go across the region and hopefully even expand across the continent, there has to be a lot of coordination and you need a lot of support and engagement, especially from the public sector, from the governments. So at home, have you had any connections already with the Cameroon authorities, and what's your level of engagement with them?
Thank you very much for the question. So interestingly, we find ourselves in a space which is largely unregulated. And the reason is because in international trade, goods are always going to move from one part of the world to another. Our biggest market today is South Africa, but our team sits in Cameroon. So we are working directly with the exporters, the insurance companies in South Africa, but also in Europe as well. But our main focus is to scale our business across Africa. So we do not get into contact with the regulators because we are unregulated.
Okay. hold that thought. I'll come back
All
to
right,
it.
thank you.
I'll give my colleague, and then I'll come back to that aspect of regulation and what that means for your business.
Thank you.
I'm glad you mentioned that. You'll come back to it because I was going to do the same. But yeah, could you tell us more on the impact that you currently have for your business? And also, I guess, a lot more about your team and how those two relate.
Thank you very much for the question. So let's start with impact. Over the past few years, we have helped repatriate over $11 million back to the continent. And if you were to look at the cost of a container of food, it ranges between $20,000 to $50,000 depending on the type of food or fruit that you're exporting. That represents 220 containers of food that we have saved. Now, with the digital solution that we are building, we realize that a lot of the losses that occur in transit is down to human error. So by using our solution, we significantly reduce the opportunities for human error to occur. The second limb of your question related to our team. So I have over 15 years experience in the industry. I've worked and lived in the UK, in Argentina, South Africa, Germany, and we are currently based in Cameroon, South Africa, and the UK. We have a CTO who is a PhD from the German automotive industry. Our team consists of lawyers who are experts in the maritime industry. We've got software engineers, designers, and sales and go-to-market experts. Altogether, we are 11 of us. Thank you.
And maybe just a quick one before my colleague comes in. What's your pricing model?
Sorry.
What's your pricing model?
Thank you very much for the question. So we've got multiple sources of income. So the first one is a contingency-based service delivery model, whereby if there's damage to cargo in transit, we would help the exporter to recover the amount of money. And if we are successful, then we get a 15 to 20% contingency fee on top of that. Then we have layered on that our technology that enables them to remotely inspect their cargo at different points along the supply chain. And this is a SaaS business model, which is €500 for 50 container inspections per month. Thank you.
Thank you. For me, I had a question on the partnerships that you have. So who are your core partners that you're working with to ensure that the food exporters are reimbursed on time and also there's access to credit for them?
Thank you very much for the question. So the people that we typically work with, I don't know if they'll call us partners, but we'll normally bring a claim against a shipping line, an airline, a freight forwarder who are responsible for safely transporting the goods. Sometimes they fail to do that, and so we approach them using our technology, but also with the use of emails and other methods to recover the money on behalf of our clients. Now we are building a network of cargo surveyors. These are those that are found across Africa. We want to digitize their businesses, create more jobs within that sector, and help us to collect more data across the continent.
And how many do you have on your platform currently?
We currently have 50 cargo surveyors, but we need a lot more, especially with the advent of the Africa Free Trade Continental Area. There's a lot more opportunity for us to harvest.
A quick follow-up on this. Because you have a digital solution, and so scalability then is ubiquitous, ideally. So then you will come across policies, and I guess that's why also my colleague, as she said, let's put a pin on that. So the framework then, if you could help us understand, what does your model then look like? Are you trying to then scale towards like being an Uber? Right. Yeah, how you operate without owning? Or how are you thinking about it?
Sorry, I missed the part about regulation.
If you're to scale across Africa, you're likely to come across regulation. And you have a digital solution. So you're currently within Cameroon and Southern Africa.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm struggling a little bit to answer that question because right now, I don't see how the regulators are going to regulate us. Because I'll give you an example. You're shipping from Kenya to South Africa, or perhaps you're buying apples from South Africa in Cameroon. So once the cargo gets on board the vessel, it goes to Cameroon and there's loss, right? So today you would either go to a lawyer or you'd appoint a recovery agent in Europe. Now, the regulators have no business in that because it's a personal decision that you've made. So that is where we come in. We are saying that rather than spending many months with a lawyer or with a recovery agent based in Europe, we are training African experts that are able to help you and bring African solutions to these problems. And we sit outside the regulators. So we are neither we are not transporting the goods themselves, we are not offering a financial service, unless the regulators on the use of our predictive algorithms, I don't see how they are going to regulate us.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kingsley.
Thank you.
Thank you for the passionate delivery. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies. It's been wonderful having you on stage. And thank you so much for a good audience. I think you all deserve a clap for yourselves as we announce the next activity. So there are some participants who have registered for the site visit. We all move to the parking lot. That's where we all assemble. We only have exactly 100 seats. So if we registered, we only have 100 seats, okay? And then please kindly remember, we still have 10 minutes after this session to vote on Slido, so make sure you cast your votes. Thank you. Closing remarks.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes donc pratiquement au terme de cette première journée de Blue Invest Africa, deuxième édition, mais ce n'est pas terminé. Parce que comme disait James, il y a quelques secondes, il y a une visite sur le terrain. Rassurez-vous juste de prévoir des chaussures adaptées pour aller sur cette visite et tenez compte du fait, comme qui a été mentionné par les organisateurs, en fait, il n'y a pas de toilettes sur place, donc prenez la peine de vous rendre aux toilettes avant d'y aller. En dehors de cela, nous sommes ravis et honorés de vous avoir eu pour cette première journée. Demain, nous serons encore ensemble, mais avant de nous séparer, nous avons quelques conseils. Premièrement, à l'attention des entrepreneurs. Blue Invest Africa, à Blue Invest Africa, il ne s'agit pas uniquement des pitchs. Vous avez également une plateforme numérique, la plateforme B2B Match, sur laquelle vous avez les contacts des investisseurs, des partenaires, de toutes les personnes qui participent à cet événement. Rendez-vous sur cette plateforme, bookez des rendez-vous. Pour ceux qui ne vont pas à la visite tout de suite, vous avez la possibilité de caler des rendez-vous, soit sur Internet ou sur place, au sein de la salle qui est prévue à cet effet. Deuxièmement, à l'attention des investisseurs et des partenaires. Cette édition de Blue Invest Africa, ce sont plus de 300 candidatures qui ont été reçues. Vous ne trouverez pas meilleur profil dans le secteur maritime en Afrique. Donc prenez la peine de scruter ces profils parce qu'aujourd'hui, ils sont à votre disposition pour une croissance réelle. Et enfin, à l'attention de tout le monde, nous sommes à Diani, qui est une belle aire dans la République du Kenya. Profitez de ces quelques jours parce que nous n'avons pas toujours l'occasion de le faire. En tant qu'entrepreneur, nous savons qu'on est dans un parcours de la résistance et non de la vitesse. Je vous souhaite donc une bonne fin de journée et rendez-vous demain. Merci.
We have tea, we have coffee, and we have exhibition booths. Kindly pass by. Thank you.